address, kilobyte, X, M copy this 1 kilobyte region. This part is 1 kilobyte. It's the current region that is allowed. It's located at this address. And let's assume that right after that, memory with kernel function plus the user has to provide an location data should and how many bytes in case not the entire region is covered. A malicious user could misuse through that the user could provide a large value and the expectation that the copy from kernel function blindly copy the desired. For example, user could kilobytes this entire region. It works like the user provides this part X larger than the size of A bar. This is maximum not to be which is 1. If on the other hand value is smaller then save length to the mem copy. And by this, it should be ensured that you never pass this larger than sneaky exploit. How? Not save length. We have two types: unsigned integers. Unsigned integer, one next whole number. Signed integer. These are some integer types used in unsigned integers with unsigned. If we have this, we wanted to return unsigned integer, but it as we need to know that each bit represents a single bit that determine whether the power 2 contributes to the value of. In this example, it is 1. We add 2 to the power, which is 1, 0. And this bit, we add 2 to the power 5. All these values. Binary number represents 1. The unsigned. Right. Means when we have 8 here, we can store 0 to 200. If we use more than 8 bits, values, 16 bits, we can store the numbers from to 65,130. We cannot store negative numbers. Integer is another form. And the format used for this is the use complement. Look at the binary value. Each bit represents a power of 1 small. Most significant the 2's complement format. If we evaluate what this bit contributes, this time it's the rest just. Now, if we add all the values up, we get minus. In this format, 8 bits like we store the numbers from minus 100 to 120. And if we use more than 2,768 to 32,700. Also important to note, in this form, value always looks like ones all present minus zeros, still 0, and always looks like that. Helps check. Look at the mem copy in size p, and the type size p is an unsigned integer. Length variable here is of type int, which in C is a signed integer. Really bad. State length int in the two mem copy function, unsigned integer. Any binary value given to the mem copy function is interpreted in the normal binary form. Binary value that we have to change, so it's interpreted. That's obviously not good, but it's also not automatically a security problem. If we try to read more data, we are allowed of kilobyte is still only 1 kilobyte. From that, its binary number looks like this. We then interpret using the normal binary format, we still get 1024 in break, though the conversion was not. You said that we can only positive value. And is 2008, the check said minus 2000. Let's store minus 2048 as say minus in the two-segment format, which looks like this. And it's a copy function. This function, as we've seen, expects an unsigned integer, and it interprets any binary value that it receives as such. Receives this binary value, it means that it received this huge number, and then it tries to copy way more we want it to. Evil hacker check any not an exploit hard can do on a Hobbit machine. Many bytes. Keep that much in today's 4 gigabytes. Who knows? The basis. Security. Begins. Long-standing series.
new sequels. Rival things. Complexities of tabletop strategy. Publisher. Real-time game. All series. Probably start the main man. In co-op. And that the for tabletop. Time reported. Game developer. Series. A friend of his. 1983. Inaugural release. Causes a turn rather zones. Thwarting the out in the past. We can see a whole wealth. I'm sorry. High to play. You'll need BBC. Nebula. Recurring. All his games. Leaders was finish levels. With 3 scenarios. Starship. And take tails. Rifle. AI. You had to play level star rate. such strategy, all the potential required. Two was loaded. Along with a few other extra working relationship with them. Former employees, in 1985, Julian released Fantasy Combat. Departure from Julian's normal Dungeons and Dragons. A random selection of or defense phases the world to workshop pull was left with the recent from the earlier games if your action the enemy's turn. Also a rudimentary invention. Units, weapons to choose from. Remain aware. Single players. Lengthy set. Scenario. 1988. Part 2. Raiders face themselves esque, being inspired by to defend their fortress. As possible, including the Queen. Ranks. Never be sure you'll make it out. Find strategic is proved will acclaim for the 80s. Potential opportunity. Queen had been shifting and a paltry sum for 10 months' work. abilities. It was to sell pro software. Middleman reaping greater reward. Laser Squad. Midst of the Commodore 64, 1988. The intent distribution. So they signed and the that Laser Squad is with many upon. The new edition was that of fans were now obscured from the play. No idea. In the room, you'd have no idea what was inside. I was streamlined. Enabled. Useful. Ways. A window. The 80s. Management were handled menus. Right direction. Might have no answer for. Reviewed very well. They're also, I'd say Laser bit machines. Conversion with a few. Or target Mythos games.
Oh, there once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Belly of Tea.
Released in 19. Vicious original. Variety of spells at your disposal. Enemy or creature kills, and any treasure. It's a more complex. Either as a single. Of course, you'll learn the basics of writing code in Unity. The only goal is scripts. One technique confident enough in doing so that you're able to read your own. So this course is to give you Module 1, you'll learn the basics. Manipulate data. Basic logic. At the end of the module, you'll learn how to use these techniques. Module 2, you'll learn how to use code to solve. Running your own game system. How to keep your project. At the end of Module 2, you'll have a strong how to solve your own problems. You'll know how to build the different parts of your together. You'll know how to do it all in a way that means you'll be able to finish. At the end of this course, you've written a script. You'll understand Unity. Or with any of the lessons. Or if you're having trouble applying the project, the help you need in the course, or you'll be able to attend group sessions, your project with others, and any questions. When new to Unity, while you might be familiar with basic concepts, components, scripts might still be new to you.
Hey,
So
get your axe down now!
Using them?
Now!
Generally speaking, there are 3 basic ways.
I've been up walking around for over an hour while you wait until I sit the fuck down at the computer.
Data template. Definition of a type.
Why didn't you ask in the fucking 2 hours I was walking around? Not doing shit. Why would you wait until I start fucking doing something? You can ask in 2 hours. 5 o'clock you can ask. You gotta start learning how to ask when I'm not fucking doing shit, Echo. 2 hours I was doing nothing.
Because there are instances.
Walking around, hanging out with you outside on the patio. You could have asked while you were out there.
When you add a script to an object,
you could have asked while I was fucking cleaning. You could have asked while I was in the restroom.
So long as these functions.
Why wait until I sit at the computer and start doing something?
Learn more about how to logic in your game. However, for now, all you need to know is that typically this is where all logic in Unity starts. Game, it needs to happen in an object, in a scene, an event that the script calls, or constant. Global classes don't they exist. A whole can be used by others. When something is static, it means that there's only one of that. It means that, unlike script, static can exist as well. The benefit of that, when you want to use one, as a result, static everything might be used. An example of this might be a utility. Lastly, structs, classes, not monobehaviors, enums, objects, are all examples of data created using scripts. Used throughout your game as a type of data or as a template for something. You'll learn more on how to use those later on in this course and advanced modules. Now though, all you really need to know is that scripts are what make your game happen. So to get started with scripts, it makes sense to make an object do something. If you create a new script in Unity, you open it, you'll see that it's automatic. What are you looking at? At the top of your script, you'll see 3 using directives allow you namespaces. Namespaces are an organization tool to differentiate example, Visual Studio, Unity Engine namespace is O2. This is because monobehavior exists in Unity Engine. Right, but when you're getting started, you don't need to worry too much about names. You need to add use other Unity UI, audio mixers. While it's generally good practice to place your own scripts inside of custom namespaces, especially if you're giving your next is the class declaration. This defines the accessibility of the script. Scripts that are attached. Normally the class are the identifier. In most cases, the script name must be the identifier. Scripts that you attach to an object or class. Learn how inheritance works. Of course, all you need to know is event. See a set of brackets. This is the body of the script. Anything placed within the class's scope. What goes inside? Generally speaking, there are three variables. Which are executed in their call, other classes, or how you might want to do that later on in the course. Generally, you put member variables that the class. This is information that everything in the script uses. Movement speed flow to the type of with a decimal point. Other value types include bool, false value, int, vector 3. Three values that can be used to describe a position and a color. It's also possible to reference type. Every point to something exists else. You'll find out more about reference in the lesson on variables. On their own, however, variables don't do anything. You need to write functions are blocks of code executed line by line when they're called. They are the working, moving, they are the building. You write a function. It starts with in many cases this information. With a function be different from unique unless you're overloading the function. Parameters into a function within a set of the functions. You don't have to accept it. In many cases, you'll need some kind of information to use it. Move function might accept the free value movement direction. Vector can then be failed by the movement speed value that's created. Why keep the two values, movement direction, in separate places? Why not put the movement vector with the speed value? Speed value of the parameter of the function. While you can technically do either of those things, the reason why you might not want how the two pieces serializing how do you control it? Pass this object can move in and the object in the component moving, while the movement vector that's passed into the function public, call it different script, speaks the player's direction into the function, creating by two scripts. one script with two combined. Generally speaking, two practice in one thing. Find and limits what you do, and it makes it much more difficult parts of your game work. In simple terms, variables are pieces of information in numbers, data, scripts. For example, it makes sense to give a movement script a speed by declaring giving it a name. Generally standard practice answers the first letter as user defined. The inspector, your previous name will be variable can be made public or also means that the variable is serialized to show
Love it.
modified.
Yep, today's Tuesday.
Typically,
I'll be here
you
tomorrow.
always need to make it public, so it's generally good for but and then want it to appear in the inspector. Serialize view. Will show the value in and to modify it, prevents other scripts. This is generally a good idea to limit how much of a script. While you'll learn more about best practices later in this course, the short answer is that as you write more, you're likely to forget. The result is better why the scripts are in your class, particularly with the variable exists. Their logic by reference.
Should be able to.
Use it in place of a value. By setting the value of a different variable to that variable. This is where variables start to behave indifferently, depending on fall into one of two categories. And references. Values are typically similar data types provided in the inspector.
You okay, baby?
They exist where they are declared,
You be
meaning
good.
that if you set value to another,
You want to go outside?
the important point to
Upper
note
shelf.
here is that the original value changes the game. They are essentially direct towards something else. Meaning that if you copy a reference variable, both variables point to the one same thing. This is the main difference between values and references. When creating a new value at the top of your class, it will already exist using a default value, which for a number, for example, is 0, or for a boolean, references on the other side, meaning empty, which can cause an error. Instead, references either in the inspector or in the script. Value types that you're most likely to use: numerical values, conditional values. Numerical values include integers, which are whole numbers, floats, which are floating points up to around 9 digits long, which are extremely accurate double precision, to 17 digits. Realistically, you'll use integers and floats for most tasks, setting doubles for functions that require increased audio time calculations. However, decimal place numbers are implicitly treated as doubles, meaning that you will need to add a suffix to any decimal number that is intended to be a float. Conditional values include booleans, which are true or false. You can use them as static variables in set, or as the result of a true or false response, worth being larger than another. You'll typically use conditions to include or exclude other. Performing a task if the checkbox has been set, doing something over and over until sets of floats that are used together to determine a position. While they're most commonly used to determine where an object is, they can also be used for rotation. Typically, vector 3 values, the float value in that order, while vector 2 values commonly used in 2D consist of just an x. Both variants integer format useful for creating rounded grid coordinates. Most basic values are what's known as simple types. Simple types are different types of numbers, letters, booleans that can be expressed literally, meaning that you can. An example of this is when using the true keywords, typing a number directly or setting a text. Different ways to define, such as numbers, for example. This is why float values commonly require an f to differentiate them from their literal type. Single characters are commonly defined as single quotes, double quotes. However, not all value types data. Comparisons. Structs are surprisingly common. If you're aware of them, you'll notice them everywhere. In simple terms, they are data structures. They need to work with built-in functions, pass information around your game. Examples include rate, in rotation, even values you're probably already familiar with, such as vectors. Later in this course, you'll learn how to use different complex classes which surface seem identical but work in a different way. Now, all you really need to know is simple types by typing their values directly, while structs typically require the constructor to set them. This is why if you want to create a tree, as opposed to just setting it to the value of one that exists, you need to use the new keyword. Pass in literal float data into the constructor function. Reference types typically refer to other classes. For example, you can create a reference audio source and use that audio source to play sounds. However, this only works when the reference is actually set. Use an empty reference will cause an error. As a result, if there's a possibility that the reference could be null, you'll usually want to perform typically involve before you try to do it. Other types of variables include collections, which are set more than one variable created using square brackets, the type of value you want to create. Passing the type of angle bracket. Angle brackets are used when a type is these populate component, the type. The general difference between arrays is that arrays aren't designed to be changed, whereas functions add, remove, reorder them. Arrays are useful for storing fixed data, while lists can be best for storing data that's added. All you need to know is that in a single reference, normally access starts counting, meaning that to get a value from an array, so long as it exists, things that haven't been set up, initialized with a number of elements, will cause an error when you try to use them, or if you try to access initialization refers to a variable. It can often be done by setting the variable as soon as it can be useful for giving variables a default when they're first created, so added to an object. For collections, which are object types behind the scenes, this means
I said no echo.
the new keyword.
I said 5 o'clock. You waited 2 hours already.
Optionally, for variable which requires to set their value. Partly because they aren't serialized, public, or because it isn't declared Your variables exist in your class. So you need to be useful if the variable it only needs to exist in the function. Lots of variables.
I gave you no idea, showing you my. And you even fucking identify.
The lifetime values that of a function only exist within that scope. Typically, this is for as long as the function, which in most cases is inside of one frame. And that you can use local variables inside of a function, which are newly created every time it's called. Member variables, or created. Keep track of them for classes longer than one frame, the lifetime of the class. Building blocks of logic in your game. But in Unity, using C, block of code that takes data in and return data. It will store the data. Just like classes in private, for other scripts, not. Return type. The return type is the information that a function will give. Typically, however, many of your return type is followed by name, normally capitalized. It is possible.
Echo! That was inappropriate.
Parameters are defined by the type, but by their name. Typically, you'll use parameters. For example, a movement function, movement vector, passed in as a vector 3 parameter. This is then scaled by the local speed variable, which is specific to the script. It is controlled by you in the inspector when adding it to an object. However, if you don't always want to use local speed value, it has a second version of the function that takes its own. Overloading, where a function of the same name in different ways depends on the pattern of parameters. In this case, to avoid writing the same code, a second version will simply pass local speed variable for you. Parameters can also be used to pass information. The ref key function might use data that happens in frames. In addition to
Thank you, baby.
Ref is used.
You gotta give him some space. You gotta let him breathe.
Normally a function.
You see how every time I do that, he runs away? Echo. It's because you're bullying. You are being a bully.
In this case, a keyword turns a parameter from an input to output. This means that when you call the function, you assign the out parameter. The point of this is that it can act as a second return type. For example, raycast function returns true or false if the raycast hits something or not. If it did, the information about but into a raycast hit. It's possible to use these keywords in your own function. Typically won't need to, especially when writing understanding that they exist, or can make it a little easier to understand. Do use them in your own. Your function might not need to take it, in which case, the body of the function is defined using writing their name, followed by the parameters you'd like to pass into the function, this as a standard statement, and data, it's possible to call a function. In functions such as update, start. You'll learn more about Unity order and how when a function is called, logic will be processed line. Or if the function is manually returned using the return. Early, it can be used for conditional checks. Continuing might cause an error, or trying to use a reference for a function. A method that has a return type, value of that type, all is possible. Well, variables stored used to create. How does that work? When you create the logic, well, you'll typically execute. Logic can be created using operators. In very simple terms, an operator is a symbol used to assign, otherwise manipulate. Probably already used the equivalent operator, which sets the value of the left-hand operator to the value of like the assignment. Most operators self-explanatory, but there are many less intuitive.
Newton Soft.
They can be extremely.
You were used because you were easy. Why are you no longer easy?
The member actor or dot operator provides access to available variables and methods. Left hand. There isn't any code in Unity. Chances are you've already used this operator. Typically use it to dig down into subdirectories of a to reach a particular variable or method. Index access operator uses square allows you to reference the operator is the
What the fuck?
This allows you to add an element in an or more often allows you to use every item for loop. The more about loops in the lesson on it.
JSON convert.
Added to use to access this item. It's possible to use access operator conditionally. Condition operator. This takes the form of question mark and checks to see if the left basically works as a short. If the operand may be null, a check can be performed before going any further. You'll commonly see this used delegates. It's a simpler way to check if the delegate is full. Basically, a shorthand null check, which is easier to type and simpler to read. That's true. Why is it only commonly used with delegates? Why not all kinds of null conditional operator doesn't work correctly with objects and this is a quirk of Unity where, in order to check the underlying C++ engine, the null conditional operator bypasses this, meaning that it doesn't work. An error if the reference is. Generally speaking, all this doesn't use the operator to check object or object-related reference. Instead, use quality or inequality operators. Custom meaning that they work quality operator. Typically, either by only executing a code block. returning out of function early, it doesn't. The equality operator can also be used to do things others. For example, comparing variables, as you check if something is a not. Well, comparing will let you check if two things are the same or not. This works. The operands can be of the same type, but will only evaluate true. Can be useful when creating a singleton. You typically check if a cell when looping through a less than pretty much exactly. Operator is called through an array. Inside of its range, length value is less than instead of less than or equal or an out of range. Arithmetic operators can be used to manipulate. For example, the addition and subtraction operators can be used, or the addition of sign. Essentially, this is the same plus or minus an additional amount. Typically, arithmetic operators. However, there are a couple of use cases. Concatenation using addition, assignment, and subtraction operators are commonly used to add or remove functions. Increment and decrease or by 1. Typically, you'd use these for a counter through all of the elements. Rotation can be used to multiply. Also be used to vector. We'll rotate it by that. Division operator can be used. It's worth paying attention. If you assign a result of a division, fixes this problem. Double when remainder operator below returns the remainder of the left hand after division by the three. This happens because 5 goes into 30 twice, 3 behind. Useful for all calculations. Even calculating tempo, the measurements. There are only a limited number of arithmetic operators. Worth mentioning this includes too much in this class. You're looking at some of the more mathematics, working with numbers. This course, Boolean operators return a true or false value and are typically used in logical negation operator is used to return. When using a Boolean value, Boolean is true if no block executes. Logical negation operator is the opposite of false. This is functionally. Let's see if it's just simpler to write and you use when you want the opposite. It's also possible to use logical negation operators to references. This works because the reference exists by passing it into a directly. Logical negation operator can be used to check if a reference does not. Logical operators to evaluate multiple conditions typically come into logical operator, additional logical operator, standard logical operator, or and exclusive OR with a single double AND. Both operands are true, OR will return one of the operands are true. Exclusive OR will return true if one operand is true while the other. Logical operators always evaluate both operands, even when doing so would be unnecessary. Conditional operators with double ampersand symbols or conditional AND only evaluate the right-hand operand, left-hand operand true, or in the case of the conditional logical. This means that generally speaking, there are very few cases where you first operand isn't true, really no reason. However, while rare, there may still be times when, for example, it could be that the operations that ultimately return false still execute. In case you may want both operands executed. Generally, many of the available operators can be used. The only difference is some operators are right to take up less space. One operator is extremely good at this. Ternary operator is basically the variable you want to set by a question mark. Two possible values. If the condition is true, the first value is assigned. The second is instead. This is functioning with one of two values based on the result. It takes up. Used to using it. When first getting started in Unity, you're less likely to use the bitwise shift operator. It can be helpful in a couple of specific scenarios. When dealing with layer masks, for example, integer values, flag specific layers, it's possible to use the operator to identify a specific layer in code without using a layer mask variable. This works by shifting the left by a certain number, which, formed on the number 1, moves the active flag to the layer that you want, while the bitwise complement operator can be used to flip all. Mask allows you to include a particular layer. Statements can be used to include or exclude code from being executed. You'll typically find yourself using some kind of conditional to run different logic depending on what's happening in the game. Basic level statement can be used to check if something is true, and if it is, run the contents of the code. This works by passing a Boolean condition operator after if keyword. Then, if the condition is true, the statement executes. For example, a function that reduces the result might check to see if it's below 0 every time the function is the object. Or if a raycast function returns true and code block to do with the result. You can pass just about anything into an if statement, as long as it can be evaluated to a true or false value. The condition is true, but it's possible to check for a false condition by using the logical negation operator, a quality operator to check. It's also possible to execute depending on the condition. For example, the else statement. One block if it isn't. This can be easy to use and are typically very easy to follow. When using an if-else statement, you set a variable to one of the values, or it can be easier to use the ternary operator instead, which does the same thing in the line. Else if statement is a way to introduce additional. This also allows them to be used repeatedly to create multiple. If one condition is that block is even possible to conditions with else condition. And if all else fails, option that will be executed true. However, using multiple if statements evaluates a number of different switch statements allow you to evaluate one condition and then different statements in response. This works by declaring what you will measure and then creating case statements that execute based on the result of the measure. This works in the same way as if statement. For example, works through until one. While a switch statement is the one case that technically this isn't any different to how an else if. Since if multiple switch first statement anyway, the difference is that a switch statement is more suited to picking possible options based on the result of a single. None of the above are true. We added all else fails. A switch case must break out of the enclosed execution. Typically, it has to break the key. Alternatively, turn out the switch statement either to end the function at that point or probably use if statement in your code. It's fine. Extremely common and writing without conditional statements is really difficult, if not impossible to do. If you find yourself writing multiple if in different conditions, nested on the side of each other, it's worth considering if there's an for example, functions that depend where one failure would cause the created with a single if statement to return out of the function. You'll learn more about the different ways to manage different sets of later in this course. You'll need if statement and switch statement. Worth keeping in mind that if your if statement feels complicated, there may be an easier way to do what it is you're doing. Statements, known as loops, are a way of doing the same thing more than once based on a variable condition. One part of writing code, and you'll typically use them whenever you need to do something over and over. For example, if you want to check all of the elements in a list of objects, you wanted to do something for loop 2. Over until something. Are very common, write loop can be for basic. You'll find that they can be extremely helpful. What goes into a loop? For loop, which is typically the most common type of loop used, is defined using 3 main elements: the initialize, condition, and these are used to execute an iteration. A block of code is run. Initializer is only before the loop starts, typically used to create a count, keep track of the loop's iteration. More often than not, this will be an integer starting at 0, called something short and simple, such as I. This value serves 2 purposes. It's the counter that dynamic element in each allow you to identify a changing value, such as exactly list it is. Addition is a check that is run every time the iteration loops over. Basically, it's fully iterated. The loop will keep running as long as this condition is true, meaning that for loops commonly execute inside of the process started in, the condition has the freeze unity if it's used the wrong way. As a result, the condition that allows the loop to execute will be changeable from inside the loop's execution. This usually involves using the counter initializer that represents. For example, if you want to loop through every element in an array, condition fits to true, I is in the array's length. Or when iterating through a list, the list's count. This works because I is the changing values. It will be once you add the part of the loop. The iterator is a state after each loop. So you'll use this to increment loops. This is important because the iterator would loop infinitely using unison. In the iteration, you'll be able to use I as a dynamic variable. If you want to do something, it would be where the counter is less than 10. Now the block will be executed by 1. Debugging the iteration block reveals this. Your experience will be that it happens all at once. This is because for loops typically execute inside the frame that they're called in. Loop round as many times as they need to before moving on. A loop that iterates times works in functionally the same method 10 in a row. Is unless you stop the loop early. If a loop has already done what it's supposed to do, it's possible to stop it early with the break keyword. This exits the loop at its current point and passes control back to the function. Carry on as if the loop. Otherwise, if you need to skip over a particular iteration, it's possible to do that with the continue keyword. It stops the current iteration and moves on to the next. In context, you might use the continue and break keywords when searching. For example, let's say that you've got a list of game objects, find the first one with a particular. In this example, we're also going to assume the list may be null and must not be checked. It's possible to do this by continuing if the reference is empty, breaking with the object that you want. Realistically, this might be, in which case, instead of using break, breaks out of the enclosing loop, you could directly return the result that you want, stopping the loop. And in this example, when the return type of function is again is found, not finding the pair, you'll still need to return some all code path to the function type. In which case, because nothing was found, you can. For loops can be used for doing something a number of times, but because it involves to perform a for each loop, which is straight through. This works by removing the count, identifying the change reference to the type. For loops typically evaluate the number of within specific. For loop that does stop after. However, it's also the total number of iterations. While loop works the for loop except it has a single condition which, when true, will cause the loop to iterate. This works in a similar way to an if condition. Condition is true. It's executed once when it's called. While loop will repeat over and over when it's true. Remember that under normal circumstances in each side of it means that unless a while loop is able to condition called inside a loop infinitely using your game. This is because the rest of the frame is never allowed and nothing else can happen. It is unless you. Routines have the ability to yield their execution until a later time, until the next frame. This means that even though the while loop is still technically running, it's possible for something else to happen. Change. While conditions only execute when a while loop is first evaluated, if it's false, it's never run. Do loop works in basically the same while loop, except that it will execute the block at least once first, after which its condition is true. Timing is the order in which things are surprisingly important. This is because most unexpected errors, as in working work that's almost always to do with changes. It happens because while there are asynchronous operations, generally speaking, two things can't happen. Always be processed. Logical order of events in your games determines three main factors: Unity's event execution, instance-based ordering, and function-based change of execution. Event execution order refers to the built-in methods that are triggered by Unity on a behavior object, update, and function. These are triggered in a specific order defined by Unity's event. They make up the life cycle of.
Nope.
For example, you already know that update. Late update is always called after update. Yield, which is suspending and interrupting the routine, update does. This refers to actually building a coroutine. The code contained within a coroutine before it's done whenever it's called. The other function. Only when the function is processed in the yield event message. Fixed updates, which is the physics system, always take place before update. They may be called once, more than once, or not at all. Fixed updates triggered as a different piece to frame updates. While frame rate is generally variable, it does run at a different. It's not a delta time duration of the last. Fixed updates times all happens within fixed updates. Even if multiple calls are required, all happen more updates, after which fixed updates won't be called again. Collision events such as on-trigger enter, sit and stay, and on enter, sit and stay happen next and are called a valid collision. For this to work, at least one of the gliders involved must also have a rigid body attached, that allows an object to move. Physics, trigger, gliders must be a trigger. Finally, after the physics functions have ended, input events or the frames. Lifecycle events such as await, on enable, and start call when a script is first loaded, anytime it's enabled. And start are commonly used as first time initialization. You want to use await. Start is commonly used. An example of this would be a class that gets one of its own. When another script tries to use that record, start the already been set up, leaving an error. On enable is typically disabled to activate or deactivate parts of the script or object. Also called when the object on destroy is also called as an object size and all other events. This order is something. Unity calls all the start for all the descriptions, then calls all of the updates, and then calls all of them, and so on. With the object, all moving on to the next. The exception is await on enable, which are called in order. This means that await and then on enable. They are both called different scripts. If execution order is set, first, the order scripts will have. So how can you know which script will have their events? The short answer is that you can script specific. Does not treat at least the order in which it can't be predicted. Usually the same in the coding the project building the game. This is why it's only seemingly unexplained error. Changing order may mean that previously possible to force that prioritize.
Why aren't we able to do it here? Oh,
Which allows
that's
you
why.
to wait a class
Because of that
Oh,
step, right?
okay. However, ideally, this should only be used as a last resort for very important that only works at a class level. Method script. Let's do criticism of that. Can't even be guaranteed that all of the objects will be called always separate. It is useful for avoiding timing. However, this won't always be possible. Linked logic, better, and dependent logic, order of events, function execution. Function execution refers to the flow of logic. Well, you can think of this as Unity's train store. So when a function is called, line by line, one of those statements, flow of execution, that immediately. Some functions can have multiple times over. It can be useful for controlling the flow of logic. To be a good way to avoid errors that might be otherwise introduced. But why is this important? A real-life example of this called the early version of my hobby project involved moving objects around. The player can hold an object and only if it's in a valid position. The object would at the time make sense. The object change. It was possible for the object to be put down or the player. Now know this is because the order of objects is guaranteed. Without changing one of the script executions, no way to know which this meant that the object is placed in the correct position. Move it from a correct one, try to pick it down. The solution to this is in the logic so that it's all triggered from a correct call. No longer use update. Instead, generally, this is how a lot of functions in your game are likely to work. They'll be triggered by a limited number of events. They influence time or causes a change of logic to start. And understanding this helps you to avoid time problems. As a general rule of thumb, consider what trigger will cause it to happen. How the timing of that trigger directly links the behavior to the trigger that will cause it. Stage it in a way that you passive functions depending on other events that are not directly linked for movement in a different event function. You start to build your game's logic. First problem. Generally a good idea to think. This creates a new problem. Now your scripts will have to talk to each other. How do you do that? The easiest way to connect two scripts together is manually. This is by creating a reference variable type of class next to component and then make it serializable. Serialized script attributes this will call the reference again. To the field, one you would say, using any project. You can then use script publicly available pieces of data via the reference created. This is generally the easiest and most opportunity. However, it's not always the most convenient. It's always possible to connect. For example, auto-implemented properties won't appear if the creator is running manually, in which case you'll need to create automatic connections. Component is basically a search on an object used to automatically connect a particular object. And any script might want to get a reference. Help script. For passing usually get component functions in angled brackets. Angled brackets is used for generic type previously set. In this case, get component needs to or return a reference. If nothing's found, return nothing. Well, it's usually a good idea before trying. If implementations get can be a little messy, basically certain.
Why do we go?
As a result, it won't be the easiest.
Just small beef just makes duck not matter anymore.
Which does things that return true or false boolean when you don't give the component. It's useful all the get component functions only do something with the result if they're actually is. By default, get component returns the first all of the components get. This is multiple methods. I'll get parent object, return those objects, starting with the root object, moving outward. Get component is basically a local search operation. Be inefficient. Use it in the wrong. Speaking, it's fine. Use get component for set and it's fine. New connection. But you're likely to run into performance issues. Use it too frequently. By frequently, I mean calling get component over and over, reframe, into. Most of the time, you'll want to use get component new connection. Avoid having to research an object. Same object. I can get component on a different object. The object you want to check is outside of your script local. There are typically two ways to create a connection between key and non-anonymous. Otherwise, physically interacting with someone, or you can connect it remotely. Direct connections generally involve physical interaction, such as when objects collide, using a physics function such as the radar. This is a common way to interact with objects, but every physical interaction also allows you to make a reference to the object that is with while other ways to create connections between objects, using the physics system to objects directly interacting can often be the simplest way to do it. Unless the two objects However, because they're search operations, in the entire thing, it's genuinely very wasteful. As a result, it's going to you define documents. Only you can start of the screen or use them at all while you're. However, it's understandable why you might want or need to use a find function. After all, global connections between objects and important systems is difficult types. Luckily, however, there are other ways to do it. Global variable. Global variable, in this sense, is simply a variable that everything has. Time timer, or the score, or important. The simplest way to create a global variable
Burn myself again.
is shared by.
Started healing from the last one.
For example, it's possible to create multiple versions of the same script that exist. Instances which can be different between each
No, don't give me that. I just gave you some cheese.
Why is that useful?
I gave you the cheese tax. What else do you want from me? Burger tax too?
Use them.
You know you're gonna get what I'm done with.
This is generally how singletons work. Instances.
That's how it's worked for time immemorial. We make the food, we give it to you after we're done with it.
Access it. To it is needing to
Mm-hmm.
connect to it. Have a static.
And it's such a bad job making these fucking
Because they're so convenient, it can
uniform. Look at that.
static.
So you're at least getting a good chunk of it.
It's
all fucking raw.
Only ever be one. Your player, however, seemed like a good idea at first. If you ever add a second player, find that all of your scripts are hard
To get a nice
work
crust,
with two players,
not overcook the inside.
meaning that you'll have to completely change the structure in order. Learn more about the different options for passing data around in this course. Now, however, together a good measure of how effective it will be long term, how difficult it will be wrong.
Good girl. Room. Room. Good girl.
Building again, and especially when you're learning how to use
You know I always hand it to you where the cold stuff is like,
will be errors.
I don't know why you always like
As
turn your
you
head.
fix problems in your game, by
Insist
knowing
on grabbing the spot that you, I know what it is. It's the spot that smells good.
in order to change works.
The spot that I hand you is always the spot that's safe to touch. But it doesn't smell as good. It smells like fucking bread.
You'll find log messages, warnings, and console windows. When you're first getting started, there are two types of error.
But it's also cold.
Compilation errors and runtime errors. Compilation errors refer to fading the script. It can't compile. As a result, it can't be run. Before clicking the error, the line of code that's causing the problem. Save the script. And see where the runtime errors refer to problems caused. Like is a null reference error. You try to do something with a reference. Selecting the error will show you which object. While double-clicking, runtime errors sometimes be tricky to pin down, because it means there's nothing technical with your code. File. Sometimes you'll know exactly. Sometimes it will be. Work it out. Start with the error. Be able to see the line of code that calls a function. However, if you're not sure what your script is doing, it's possible to send your own messages function, log a message to or a mixture of data. It can be helpful for reporting. It's what you expect it to be, which can help to which part of your code is going wrong and why. While log messages can be useful, harmful performance. Firstly, because they write data to an act. Secondly, because log messages use memory allocation that has to be. Generally, this isn't a problem when building your game. It can be an issue if you. There are a few different ways to avoid this. For example, you could exclude debug messages by commenting on the platform specific if condition for the compiler that will, in this case. Alternatively, you can disable the player log when building your project. File stop debug log from being. Or you can disable the logger entirely. A good way to do this is to set to the value of the is debug. But you'll still get log messages in the editor, in development builds, but not in your finish. However, removing the log, labeling the logger, while it will improve performance, won't prevent garbage created when preventing log messages in this way also reportedly cause issues with reports that may. As a result, effective methods for handling your own debugging log message. Then make them conditional on the Unity edit symbol being present. This means that the function and any call to it will only be compiled to the editor in your finished game. Log messages can be useful for working out what's in your game. Sometimes you'll want to see what's happening when your game is running, especially if something isn't technically breaking but working the way you expect it. For example, you can switch the inspector to debug mode before revealing serialized variables. While in your scene, it's possible to see if calculations are working with you. Drawing lines and rays to work out if your invisible physics checks are working. These will be visible in the same view as well. Lastly, while debugging can sometimes be frustrating, if things aren't going to plan, the general rule of thumb is to isolate different parts of whatever it is that isn't working. Like, this is all debugging really is. Moving what it does most of the way there. In this example project, we've got a bunch of some of the techniques in context game together. Simplify the assets. I want you to do that. Instead is to try. You know why I'm doing courses that I want. And you find yourself starting to think what I'm about to say, you're ready for it. If there's something you don't understand, in the course. In this game, the player can fly within the story. 3 lives of the game. And the aim is to get as many points. Or if you're playing 4 points than both players lost all their lives. Do that. Will create which will player, the asteroids, and the projectiles will all be prefab objects. See, are we making use without the physics to move the player? I'll be using physics to move the but not the input using the new input system. So this is automatically. I've got two. Means I can create two objects that equal. One of those is. Remember which. So that's here. Broadcast this down to the child. Default setting messages, which would just these input messages on the same. All of the systems that I'm going to put on this. By the player manager, not how many or which inputs. So this becomes the control center. Times when I was game is on, message to say one if it's and then so in case you need to see how I go downloading the source files for the project, exactly how I do it in all of you will need to use sure to set up find it useful. If that's obvious to you, you don't need to take this lesson. This module is not and I do text to the lesson. How available for you to look at experiment if that's useful. Steps. Actually going to use up the version of UC. I want to create as much friction version and higher this project was problems I can solve them and then you can see. I'm going to use 2D.
Turkey cloth. Oh, you want
3D.
For a little bit.
Can just install it
30 minutes, that guy. In 30 minutes, you can ask him, we'll go.
And then desktop. Select this. Red. Now, I can open the scene, which is I'm going to install first, so that it doesn't break. So I need to go to register. Okay. Next, enable it. So this is what that. So the restart new input system. Yes. Do that. The input system is installed now. Install that. Video to prevent us from that. There's nothing in there. The package. Double click that. And I'm just going to see if no error. Let's talk a bit project and why. So first of all, let's go to the player object. First thing you might notice about this is for input. So the which sits provides an object duplicated. Recently player base. It is turned off. Assuming that if you're using to after the player has died, bind to the and in that way and the input system knows that this player is assigned to a particular controller. Now, how does this comes down to we make a new project, I believe that's for you. Let's see. Schemes gamepad and keyboard. Left stick up and the right is W and A and D. That's the reason I added keyboard was connected to this console using, but you might not, or draw a keyboard. That way you can create the two-player version of this with the actions come from and these return fire no matter which you're using come on to the player context. Here will broadcast on life regain the input system. And then you get I want that is called not to get too out, but this is set. This is how I got there. So there's nothing on it. Component is use this to create distance here of let's see. I can change a screen. Controller disconnected. If I do this, it should compare and assign that for player input manager. That's why it's about the player object. The rigid body to it. So so there are two types. If you see that I've got reason it's on a set. You give it so it can be used to create a kind of where it doesn't use to trigger. And that works in conjunction with the rigid body that allows it. Now, the gravity right now has rigid body 2D ways with this rigid 3D I think use gravity. 3D has this up. -1 that using physics and all of the objects work in this way. The asteroids video in terms of how using the objects around that I'm ignoring gravity. One would mean you have math moved using physics. The collider, strong collider 2D, you can create day collider. It's the same thing. It's like shapes to approximate the edges of the asteroid. Objects. Yeah. I can turn it on or off. So if I want to that's how easy it is. The way effects fall in the reason you can't see bars, even though used. UI, you may or may not set it up using the it's just the 0. It's just the in the project here. The last thing let's talk about is the scene. In this yes. Got those are by this camera post-processing layer, which again if you turn on. This is the stars, and this is I believe just particle effect. Particles, so if I turn them off. Pretty much it. Okay. The rest of the lesson
I'm fine with building individual test cases. But what I don't like is building these individual test case values. I want to be able to insert custom for the builder values, but I want to be able to draw from common sources.
These, you can see these messages. Looking in for so that's what we're going to use to create movement. Oops. To the rigid body. So rigid body 2D, we call that RB. Split it in. Let's get close. Slightly later. Reliable because I want to be able to change these in the We're working with physics. This lesson. Physics works a little different in that it be done in space in a physical form. Usually just need to and then see like it or not. Okay, so what else I need to do? I need to movement. we're going to do read the input object different. Frame twice a frame. Particularly this. Get realize the field and just drag once, and it's just a bit cleaner. It's not information for the on messages, and these take input data system. We're going to need to add the using and then void on move. Value the on term one. Okay. And the way the value what you need to do speed. Because this is going to be used already do that force. Okay, so then what we're going to do with that. So let's put equals get same thing. Using form local up move access. Then harvest add value. Yeah, that's it. Add form adds body. This comes in two flavors. Generating explosion. It is by turning objects on again. They want to destroy it's turned off, considering to be reset. So if a system that's set insert 0. Body. We behave with it. The velocity is and it's two values. It's nothing. I'm going to save that, and then I'm going to test. Good. Moving slowly and turning. We're going to change those to something. Got object little fire display. This is pretty easy to do. I just need that's all I want. When the player is moving, you way to change just move active by the move speed change it by 5. The and what I want is that. Not work properly. Just going serialize. There's good reason to use it. So you don't have exponentially. The object is going. These aren't going to do it this way. Now, it does change. If I do it. Movement script. this script because it's not what this script is. I might different script and the ship is moving. I did to take one off without breaking the advanced one. That's one of the reasons I've done it this way, because this is something more later. I'll check it first. So next thing I want to do is move into the other side of the words. Oh, it's so we do player there. We put it on the player. Sounds. So we're moving these objects with just their position using the position means that we body rigid body 2D use the wrong one while driving a second. Okay. On what is the work with? Give me drag it to really will this runs out. How am I going to do this? It's not up. In relation to if the buffer on the left, those two corners to see needs to be moved. make sure it static value, I should say. Off the screen. Right, next I'm going to so what this does uses pixels as well. Changes beacons. Changing it to a word. So it's basically here. Bottom left corner. Position. I will change RB shot. So RB position is the and this is the reason it's important and it is using and then let the where it is. The need to be mindful things the you've used it once or you've used a fine. We fix up the object. What the rigid body position and then the extra work. Fixes now the object's position. Greater in any dimension than top right corner values. Change those to the buffer. So here's what that looks like. If corner. Is out of B to right. Is 2 x equals minus right. So less than left corner minus side buffer, then set it to top right corner plus size buffer. Then we move on to y. Y is greater than equals around. So less than corner. Right. In all this, move object is true of the position. Position. Now it's on the at the moment, so see if it works. Mix up any of my up and down. Good. Okay. And then the asteroid add. The next is just set up using latent on it. This is the first globally. Think about what it needs to do. So it needs to be accessible from everywhere. It needs to access the source that's going to play audio through. It will probably ever be one altogether. This is called instance. So the audio manager file is not static. The memory. So all the instances obviously point to the same place. There is only one of these in the scene. Do that. It's not null. So this, so if it's set to and it's not set to which will just remove after that. By create an audio. if there is this, then yes. Put return. This is one of those situations. You don't know. Check online. Easy. Self. Function. And all we need to do to test that is to do what should happen. Which I couldn't remember if it did or not, and it does. So we need to do this. And return out. Which we do. No. How long did it do? Play one shot. That audio has on it. What this does is not looking just one audio. Function one this. The reason I want to do it because I way to do something. How you
I wish I could just do this. This would be so fucking convenient.
The changes into one place and keep this private. That's why it looks wasteful. So the next thing I'm going to do is to reduce time. Is want to control the easier to put it in. Process complexity. And find do is and then the easing new stuff. Change it from something that's linear to an easy functional that. Running. Create something. Next one. It's the code. Needs to happen. To the sound effect. I'm going to go audio manager. Remember this. Just set this up. Audio manager dot play. The easy thing with filters. You can just type audio manager and then and it works. Remember to put in. So both start scales. We need a start. This is hash cast in. And then scale equals divided by duration. Even if this starts five, long, so preparation for this. Reason this is happening awake and on. This isn't a huge problem. this is where you have to be different. Why sometimes completely unknown. So all the script. Now I won't get there. But what I will do, re-trigger it. I take a trick. Okay. Do this now. Read that with us. use now might use with the turn off. I want it. So that objects exist. Object. Create the list. Do a new list. Was plus the terms to decide what is with it afterwards. In this case,
Right all day.
that's all. Not doing anything with the
Actually, that sounds like someone's advocating for being dirty on the internet.
Get object. So public. Here is what here is that back. So the way we do that is count. Leading to the index will be my running position and the counter to lots of stuff doing something in the list midway point created that object log. So this time starts object alongside all the way around. I get back point the bit of count. I'm actually going to be using index. So if created object is this hierarchy is enabled and available. Want it to be available to you. To
Come on.
related to
Oh.
if here, it means that on through every further so return
Reset. Echo. Reset. What call?
something to do.
You?
Cool. Explosions don't last. Need a way to find to make therefore, because it's called game manager, we need to worry about it. Pricing this manipulate data. Probably won't be more. I'm just going to do. If instead. No, now. Yeah. Gate. Oh, sorry, that means two parts of you kind of have abilities. With the script. Movable things that end people of house other. I don't want to do that is points. You need to know that, or if you want to remove a life, you need to know the actual damage. Is that if you have a public fund, not stop. But they hope. Isn't active. If destroyed, version all the time. Version position. High scale. And return what it will return through able need to give it um, movement position. This will mean changes myself. This will work. Off and then on. Do is enable any change the user default. And set that. Now, one times default scale. Your objects. Basically, I need to force it. Point 0.5. In which case I'll get 5. Yes. Isn't unused infinite bounds. Either a random points in a random direction inside you. The length. Lines that between 0 and 1 by some line. 2 is it will and it doesn't far out I put it. is fixed update. The input about session units. Bridge body sum. I'll be minus 10. Range. Outside of the viewport. Prefab port. Void object. One choose which pool or an object. Now I've got the do that. Then need a mark it as a function. Void. I equals 0 is max with the highest value. Length highest index. Object. do to create bias. Do that. Is not Boolean. It's not over. Run the game. Do that. I'm going to wait. New. Orange. Unpack. That's what's going to happen when the game manager is oh, but there was off because I want them to be created and when I need them. Um, drag in doesn't change. I'm going to add and it's the actual object. So I've got the game object here, and then I can just do this. Close this down. Unlock. See and try that again. Where is this? And we have this enabling. So I'm going to create this projectile. What I want it to do is I want it to move it up there. I don't want to use physics with it. Quickly go on and check if it's over a collider. There it is. Definitely. So select projectile. Projectile. here that I will end it later. So the projectile an object as in Hugo, which plane? So I'm going to have to belongs to because
I was already aware of that.
I'm just going to use that by this use a serial. Who gets the point? Five seconds. 5, 4.
Right there. That's what I'm looking at.
Clip.
And that was the docs I was looking at too. I just didn't know how to fucking work it.
You don't have to put these here. Well, I might move one weapon sound into the change. This will just keep. Audio manager. You know this will work. You change these to the order, otherwise it's a problem. Or managers awake, but we know it works. Okay, I'll need to do to check. Advance. So transform up to position equals transform delta type. Do this with a physics function called overlap box and if that on this object itself because it means move its metadata through the physics system onto allocate versions. The reason I'm going to do that is because Collider needs to put those results in an array. Which can is an existing a number is the number of lives that were hit. The reason it returns 2D is the size. Angle is that's the only real use in 2D unless you're rotating away from the camera. So I need an array. Go to two sliders. Here's initialize the array. I check. What's the result? So is it will return slides it to a maximum. It's having if that number zero is false. False is jumped. Know if I need to do anything with the results. Then the next frame. The number 0 forward. 4 5 equals size. So check to see if any of the gliders are damageable. If they are, break out of the loop. Return this projection. I dot try get and if it is a damage, I'm going to damage the object. Now remember whether or not destroyed the object. If realize regardless function, the function executes and true or false. I don't have the system with the object destroyed, so I'm just going to leave. If found a damageable component, then the object was damaged. It was destroyed. So at this point, we want to play step 1, and then I want to do that is object set active. Do of this loop or collided of the broken out loop. Timer and time is I also want effective. Things I missed is flying off. Start again. What it should do is it should just go into put asteroid and see if it on in the way. There. So I turn it off, create a pre, and I'm going to do because I projectiles for each. We want the player number, so I'm just create a. Okay. Variant. Anything that's going to 0. So, so I don't need. Okay. Projectile in the game right now. Fires a weapon and is different depending on which player fires it. Correct which player, which either players can have going to create in public number of players. So this is that between all instances in public. By property to make it only set it within this. I'm going to total players. So give it an index. Total players. Do the exact same thing set number. The or asteroid. Convenient place to put it is because I like do that. I'm going to get up and down. So do that first. I'm going to add set it. All a function this is another one. 2D specific work, and that gives me a reference. Will give me a reference object that I asteroid that object pass on it. So even though I don't pass the be more efficient. Right, so let's do this by checking for the asteroid. Use the asteroid. So I was getting some data from it. Like this is going to be so generally a bit. And then asteroid. Damage. High numbers definitely. But do that yet. Now, right, let's see if this asteroid. But it works. So it's only fair with a script towards. So it needs to get one. Player number. Player number. It starts. So I want it will just keep on fire. And then send the on. What I need to do a function that's called on fire, and it will be called. It doesn't. It just needs to be called on fire. In the same start or update or anything like that. It needs to be called the right thing. So what's going to happen in this script? Two calls. need to choose number. All the bubble. Second 5. Use the forces of the unit in whichever way it has to be facing. I'm going to set the rotation. This should work. What else do we need to do with this? Out there, so turn it into a prefab. Last things I want to do with the plane when it is respawned. So it's basically what this done, make it invincible and flash. Do that with the ball. So I need to need a pipe that I'm going to turn it off while this is happening. A quarter of a second. I'm going to keep going. It's been okay. In on enable. Able to, and then just false. What we'll do here is write the code here. So the reason I've got to measure how long 2 timers really, I need one. The current state of 5 years. And then 1. Need to change the state. Why don't we set the intervals by doing that? Say it's 0. Especially when you've got shorter amounts of time. The reason this is because that remains and that little bit. You're measuring time yourself. You need to be mindful of it. This isn't. Time. Over. Right renderer. Something I want to do, just to be able to get. Shouldn't be turned off. Every one of those. The last thing I need. There we go. And what I can just do, check to figure it. Right, who is it? No.
You do inherit from attribute, yeah, okay, good.
The player rules way respawning it. The function. Now, port its own. Add. Stop. bottom here. Report. When a player reports, it's going to have to give information. Like, it wants to know which player. Do this so we can need to change the lives that are displayed. And which the player manager. So at this point, update the UI by don't lives. So you put this and take the reference to what we're about. Duration. The end game. And need to go the game player number is that's right. On left. Now by to script. Color. Set color function. Of the ship. Be the same color. Outcomes. Good. A switch thing. Switch. Size. Break. We'll do 2 more times. Go back into game manager of play. Then do UI elements. Do by passing the player number. Hit the click. 1. Live. So hit score. So now I want to go while here, I'm going to create a function score. UI script to do that. Keep it at 6. form. What this does is it takes an argument. Scores. So I'm going to create an array of scores. New scores. I'm going to create now this needs two things it needs. One is one test. So which player we're talking about. Last place I need was added. Projectile script. Need to check sliders.
I need to check the
Or objects. So now that that's working, think about this system is that I've got two control systems. I should technically just be able to lives and working. I want to is that um, more information. Set it to the output will be the player. These will be the player. We'll use the other players. So total players is 0. Here game. So you so based on I want to return the first one if it's true, or the second. Is create an option, and I'm going to use a positive offset. And the next offset is the first player. So the first player will be on the left, 3 units left of origin. Right. So is equal to 0. Back to 3 writers. So the position will either be -3 to set play of the option. So the two colors. Passing eye. Dot. This is going to play. One last word, but I know you can surprise how easy. Okay, so there's one last thing. One of these two windscreens players. You can see dot the colour, whichever player. So create a reference to the what? Yeah. And then section. Easy way to check for the height. Or the height and check every example. And then for side, image. going to reload the scene. Scene. Test it. Layer 2. Last slide. Hopefully you found it useful and it's helpful. If you're anything or if you still have speak to me directly or ask the other members there. Then you're ready for the next module. We can move to module 2. In order to understand, visualize the components, static classes, data structure inside of another. Learn more about scripts that lesson on scripts. Now I want component classes. Component classes are attached to objects and multiple instances of unique data. To this, to interact with, you need to know which one you're interacting with. You need project, just like static. Duplicated. And this is not possible. So what can you do when you want instances of data outside of your scene? This is where script objects can be useful. Even if you're very new to use them, chances are you've already used it. It works in the same way as scriptable objects, such as objects, materials, exist in the project, not the scene. Multiple assets at the same time, and they can be easily referenced to components of the game by dragging. Because assets exist, this means that a particular asset can be a prefab object, even if the object. Scriptable objects work in the exact. They are essentially instances of data that exist in the project used by objects. There are 2 steps to creating a script. You need to create the script. Then you'll be able to create. For example, let's say that I wanted to create a weapons class. To do that, I need to create the new C# that I want to use, such as the weapon. At this point, I can also add a game object reference, textile with this reference, or an icon that I can use to display choice. However, right now, normal monover. Two things need to change to turn this into a script. First, I need to have the script inherit from scriptable object. I need to add the instance of this that can be created using the create menu by right-clicking the project window. Technically, it's required to create the script. It is required to use it. So this is how you'll create instances. Unity 6 and later, it's possible to carry out these two steps automatically, creating a new script instead of a model. Also add options to the script which determine what a new asset is. And the menu bar, which can be useful if you're using a lot of scriptable objects. Organize them into subfolders. Once you've created an instance, or instances object. Again, other scripts can use the scriptable object or asset by declaring a variable and in simple terms, this is all scriptable. Allow you to create referenceable of the same data. So what can you do with a scriptable object? One of the most common uses of scriptable objects is to create a kind of profile. As an item, a set of for an object, settings for in the inspector, then used by other scripts. Seeing a similar kind of functionality in many of Unity's post-processing processes. This is what scriptable objects are built for, to create a kind of data that is used by scripts, and then create instances of it plugged into another. For example, let's say that you want to create a damage profile in the game. There are a couple of ways you can do this. You could enter the damage information in the enemy script, create multiple enemy prefabs. Each enemy prefab has unique damage stats as there are enemy types, then this would work. There's no real need to split it up any further. What if you have profiles? Medium and now it makes sense to scriptable object. Allow you to define 3 types of enemy damage, just plug them into any enemy that you create. The point of this is damage. If you want to change how much damage heavy enemy, for example, you can do it in one place. You need to go into each enemy script, change the data manually. This particular use case works well because the number of damage profiles is the number of different enemies. However, the inverse is true. If you have one weapon, many types of weapon profile, it's possible to put the quality of your weapon in one of your components. The data that will actually damage and the type of projectile that's fired in a script. Because the scriptable object is an asset, the same data can be written in other systems as the pickup enables the weapon type. Meaning that if you wanted to change the icon and the UI, this is a traditional use for scriptable. Really useful for making another weapon, make another script. Here's the data you're done. But because of how scriptable objects work, it's also possible to use them to connect. Unlike monobehavior instances, scriptable objects can globally. Any object in the scriptable object, the same way that any audio source, dragging the asset to a field in the script. You might be thinking, you still need to drag and drop a reference to the script. How is that any different from creating a connection? The difference is that because scriptable objects, possible to set up their connection. Let's say, for example, UI health bar. One way to do this is to connect directly. Both objects must exist out of the same hierarchy. Separately, one object must be the other. Either way, coupled on each other. Alternatively, you one script contains specifically. This works because its existence together. There before the scene is loaded, and it will be there. As a result, the scriptable object scripts that UI doesn't care if the player object exists anymore, neither does the player. Yet the player writes making it available for any other system to read. Importantly, creating a direct. Some considerations to manage live data. Scriptable object data is consistent. When the scene changes, it doesn't. Hence, what it means is that using a scriptable object to drag it in, you'll need to remember to reset it. This is tricky, since even though event messages such as awake, enable are called on script, working differently. Awake is called when the script is loaded. If you want to use the script, you typically have to manage the behavior script. Keep the life cycle of the with the game. But even though it's not objects that are designed, using them in this way can be extremely useful for connecting more and more systems, making them dependent on each other. While this isn't the only way to do that, there are other methods, such as using events to learn more about later. The benefit that I'd like to this example is the ability to entirely remove one part of the system without breaking the. This is fundamentally what makes the project easy with many of the lessons. So far, totally accessible to your project classes. However, it's also possible to create your own types of data. It allows you to create your own variable stations of data. Generally, there are three ways. Using a plain create a type of, or you can create a set of named objects. The three methods works in a slightly classes in the exact same way. So when would you use
so that way they can share an attribute.
When would you use a struct?
But here's the thing.
After enums form, how would you even use a custom? To answer that, we're going to look at structs first. The easiest way to understand what structs are, look at where they're already used in use. Everywhere. Use colors, rays, quaternions, type of value, simple type. Exactly how structs are used. Meaning that if you want to combine multiple pieces of data type that's fully passed around, this in a class as a struct is usually a good way. For example, let's say that you'd like to create for the player, the number for the score itself. On their own, there's no way to combine the two pieces. All of the methods in can be declared possible to declare inside of another class. Below it, private it. Be useful if you only want to use it. While marking the struct as serializable, do it in the need to create a list of those. This is what structs are good for. Whenever you want to combine pieces of data together, you make it easier to use. Struct is probably a good way to do it. They work in the same way as copies. However, because their values are struct null, you want to create a that can be empty inventory item. You'll need to use a plain classes in classes that don't. In almost the exact same. The difference is that a plain class works like a reference. Mean that it can. Remember back to the lesson on variables. And when you assign one reference to another, you're creating a second reference to one data location. Value types on the original is changed. This is how structs and plain classes work. Struct can be considered a valueless copy. However, on the surface, this can be considered. For example, if you serialize a plain class, you might expect to find an empty reference. Reference variable. Serializing the variable null initialized with meaning that on the surface, it's easy to assume that structs work in the exact same serialized. Really, a plain class only if you don't serialize it. You set it. Do that. These are functions that are used to set up a class or a struct when it's they allow you to set the class passing in information. Probably already used constructors. Do vector. You can use your own script data. Constructor is simply typically be published patterns. Those parameters are the values that you're passing when used to set up classes data. At this point, Unity at least, structs and using a constructor with us, we need to account for all of its variables, so that they are initialized using the default constructor function, initialized to its default value, but it's not currently as constructed. The starting way that you would. And if you want to construct initial data, you need to use a constructor. In the same way, you need to create a page by passing in the data you want. Classes are generally a little giving. Fields that you don't initialize set the value of declaring it. You can give a class some information. However, depending on how you're using the class, you'll probably still want to use a constructor. This is because to get the benefit of using a plain, it can be either need to use it or set the object's data. When should you be using plain? Typically use a plain class instead of struct object. Or this might be an inventory item, referenceable, wanted to exist script inventory slot. main class is allows the inventory empty. 2, it means that the object you create is unique. The kind of value that is individual instance. The last of the 3 methods in this lesson works in a very different way. Likely to be similar circumstances. Enums are numbers with hue and real names. The point of this is to create options. Typically, you'd use an enum when you type something. Boolean isn't appropriate. Examples of enums include states, modes of operation, and option settings. Also find them in such as query trigger interaction. So when should you be using? Generally speaking, enums will be difficult, such as company. Value itself, the information needs to be distinct. For example, it's possible to create a difficulty choices. It can be used in 2 ways. A variable that can be set and a enums are just numbers, meaning that if you change the order of an enum, automatically assign numbers. This means that an already selected result, it's always best with new options to use. You need to only add them to the. But this usually only happens when an enum that is using the default value for assigned to each. Instead, it's possible to manually assign, meaning that their values and existence won't change. It's also possible to create multiple choice enum. To do this, you'll need to add the system flag. Set incrementing. This is because, like multiple choice enums, which option? And use the have. Intelligence. Put simply, process of this is especially true for things that may happen. Not the responsibility of that. For example, an enemy might call it direct connection, damage. Other systems will be affected. Need to be updated. At this point, you could argue that the health bar 2 is a direct. For all, if the player lives in its health, why not connect it to the health bar from there? The problem is that now the health damage function. First class. Some projects. The issue with this is you want to reuse this script general health enemy as well. Apart from creating 2 different inheritance, you'll either need to make the health bar part of it, or have the health bar constant if it's changed. Used to make sense. Feeling that you're doing is true. Both of these options during the health bar update won't be able to use it. calling the health either. I mean, checking instead, the observer pattern is a design to the events of allows an observing class to things that happen. For example, in this case, it's whenever the health script instead of managing all the health script as well as any other system only needs to worry about its own data. This decouples the health script from the systems that it doesn't care. It also means that more and more systems are changing how that the observer pattern. Events in Unity generally refer to there are a couple of ways to do this, but most implement delegate is based on holding a value. The scripts can subscribe their function and that delegate will cause any function to be called in. This is called a direct connection. The difference is that the response or actually response to the subject, while functions that are subscribed to the delegate are only called when it's actually invoked, meaning that the observer constantly check the subject. How do you actually do delegate? First thing you'll need to do to create a delegate is find the type. Specifically, you'll need to declare the type of function and the type of data that is returned, preceded by the delegate keyword. This isn't the delegate.
Hey,
Be created
be nice to
by
him.
declaring a value of that type, giving its name.
He's old man.
It's this variable, a function, return type, and parameter pattern. Function can be assigned to reference assignment. One function. And when the delegate invoked, called in response. In empty delegate, important to check. You might remember from the lecture, conditional doesn't work on Unity. However, it does
we
work
already went.
with delegates.
We went recently. You are out of your damn mind, girl. Out your damn mind. You can ask it at 9. It's an hour and 15 minutes.
Where the data that's returned is the result of the function. It's possible to assign more than one function variable, known as multicast. This is what differentiates basically an event system. One trigger can be works by adds a function to a delegate. Then, when the delegate is invoked, all of the functions are assigned to it. Since that same data will be passed to functions. Void, since given back will be having a function to a delegate one action. However, that same function otherwise you'll get an error. If, for example, typically you do this on disable, which is always called whenever it's or destroyed. On enable allows you to basically enable and description to a delegate. Typing function is in the same script as the delegate. And this doesn't really matter. Running the script with the observer in object, in which case it's more likely that the observer and the subject will be in different scripts. Generally speaking, you put service to subject with regular functions and data together. You might create local delegates and then connect through a hierarchy, such as you could create global delegates by using statics, singletons, or scriptable objects. Delegates. The method that you choose is going to depend entirely on the structure. All rules are generally applied. After all, a delegate is not an event, at least not modular container. Variable that holds, meaning that technically it's still differences that the responsibility of observing script in connection needs to worry. Delegates do not enforce. It's only possible for an observer or another script to make it difficult for the object. Each delegate simply delegates proceed word invoked by force the observer. Delegates are generally very easy to use. It can be a little inconvenient if you want to use it. It's possible to use a delegate template when you don't have actions are essentially pre-made delegates. Type needing to declare. To create an action, you'll need to add a system. That it can't always have a return 0 or more parameters. In the exact again, these are generally the easiest two methods. So much so that you typically won't use it. However, there is another method of triggering events that you building your project. Unity events are basically serialized events. I've already used them in UI elements. The on-click and on-value change buttons is technically a Unity event. It's possible to make a basic event by using the Unity engine. In the inspector, simply connect whatever it is you want. It's also possible to dynamic event type can then be used to pass data through the event. Data can be set in the inspector. Unity events can be extremely looking at scripts in the inspector. Connect one trigger to different possible classes. Just like delegate-based, limiting its response, even when using a code objects, the same trigger. The next 3 lessons, you're going to learn about techniques for managing possibly put them in a way that makes you. This lesson, learn about script composition. Scripts. We'll learn about inheritance. Hierarchical structures based on avoid writing this. Learn about interface. Communicate with the client. Each technique has its use cases, benefits, and drawbacks. These composition and are often viewed as alternatives to each other. However, chances are you may find yourself using a combination of all 3 methods and the problem you're trying to solve. Script composition is a game architecture setting up the function multi-purpose, single-purpose script or change. The general idea is that functionality just by adding moving that functionality is moving the script from that file. Different moving parts of your game.
One which is
that you've already seen the component, lights, audio sources used to give an object function. Moving that function is simple. Same approach with your
object array args
difficult to program or rigid hierarchy.
Equals.
For example, you might want to give two seemingly unrelated objects that are giving both and damaged. With inheritance, for example, tricky as you need to isolate in the hierarchy ability to be shared between classes of that type. Or even impossible to do depending on the structure of your So what's the catch? Well, the hardest part of getting composition right is knowing what to put. Generally speaking, each single responsibility is a way that would allow it to be read if needed, and it should be self-contained and added or removed without heavy. What is especially your object different classes in places goes in the script. Knowing what to put in each clear. Our design principles, such as the single responsibility rule, recommends only leaving a script. In practice, especially when you're building the first game, this advice can be so much so that following the single responsibility rule too rigidly, a component, then you put together again, the game harder to build. And it defeats the point of the first place. Instead, it can help to find a balance between convenience, class, and modularity. The project is easy to change. Not fit all. There isn't a general. One approach is to consider the limit. Means that when you're writing a script that one thing, you'll need to ask yourself if those things need to be set. Likely that you might allows an object to have two distinctly different. Convenience might decide. After all, the whole point of taking damage is to improve health, meaning that you won't add the damage script without also adding and won't or single response sometimes feels counterintuitive. In this example, the way in which an object takes damage might factor in armor or element. The way in which health is might instead. There may even be a situation where the may only require damageable, in which case you're not to mention secondary systems may need to be connected to either script, visual effects, cars, animation. None of that alone using not minus two single responsibility makes sense to you to do it. After all, composition is consider how difficult. Generally, however, composition responsibility supports this. We have to recognize it can do pretty easier than work for a class exactly what is it sufficient to say for performance or are extreme. Sometimes, even if it feels project easier to be able to tell what one script does and what the core does by looking. Then the only thing you'll need to work out is methods that you'll use to connect using competition will be the same as when any two files. We've already covered some of these methods, including direct connection. It will be up to you to decide exactly how you want to connect your scripts together. However, what's important to consider when connecting composition is the limit of it. For example, while a movement script moving an object is necessarily protecting. Instead, think of the script as a small machine. It controls other functions and can provide data through return time. But generally speaking, what happens inside of the machine, this keeps the inputs and outputs universal. Different types. Movement vector. The benefit of this movement script is limited because it's easy to swap out input control, AI control instead without changing.
Sorry, the device name you chose only doesn't exist on your account.
How can it be useful to you? You should use it. The point of inheritance is to avoid duplication when share behavior because they are the same type. For example, let's say that you have a player,
but
an
different.
NPC,
Same, but different. See? Same, but different.
Controls. NPC might talk to you, while the enemy might.
That is such a fucking peak, like,
However,
just
some of their
fucking
behavior is
stupid
the
ass
same.
statement.
All walk and move in the same way. You wrote one class for as well.
The type of stupid statement that on the surface it's fucking stupid. Then you start diving deep, and it's still fucking stupid. And then you get really deep, and it's still fucking stupid. But it makes total sense.
Allow the different humans to all use the same logic to share. You need to do it. Ultimately, making it much easier to manage. This is an oversimplification, not necessarily using your game, highlights the general idea. Creating a class shares some of its behavior with another. Inheritance can help
This is a
only
square
useful when
up.
it's used in the, meaning that it's when
Oh no, this is an O squared.
So
Oh,
when inheritance
how
is
can I reduce the fucking... Oh my god, how can I reduce this space?
For example, the previous NPC useful in that it highlights the point isn't necessarily what to use.
That's
Depending on how
O.
you're structuring, you probably don't want to put all of an object. Instead, to understand how it's already being
Unknown.
for example, scripts that can be
Week
attached to objects messages such as
Builder is
stars
declaring
and
that there's at least
updates on them,
one.
and what allows your script to be in the first place. Being able to be added to an object monobehavior. This is because monobehaviors are only things that can be attached. Components like audio sources, cameras, and light, not monobehaviors, also need to be attached from the component class. Base class, thing that can be attached. Monobehaviors and most also have an additional layer of inheritance between them and the component behavior class of an object able or disabled. A couple of exceptions: rigid bodies which can't be turned on, 3D colliders, code enabled class, both of which connect object class and the base class, all referenceable types
we should
in
throw.
Unity. But why is any of this? At an object level, generally easier to create logic, adding different scripts that enable a certain pattern. They each have a single responsibility. For example, to give an object health, to allow it to move or be moved, or to make it select. This is script composition. Fit for the type of thing it's generally. This is why the player isn't necessarily realistic. Highlights the point of inheritance well, but likely to act. General rule of thumb, recognize the scripts are the same. For example, in my hobby project, the player object has a number of subsystems that allow the player this script composition, not inheritance. These systems work in a different way. They're all ultimately all player systems reference to the player.
Alright, I need an iGeneric builder.
This fits the use. Otherwise,
I need a generic builder.
System, I'd need to write the same line.
God damn it! Shit gets so complicated so quickly. I want to add one extra feature. Oh,
I need to create
fuck.
a player system. The expectation is that the classes from it will be attached to objects. So this base class need to inherit, meaning that the class will be one of behaviors. The body of the class are going to the type of.
Oh no, I need another attribute.
Publicly
The class
meaning that other
test
scripts can't.
texture
Alternatively, you can
source
make the field public, you can
generics.
also serialize it.
I don't think you're gonna work.
First, a derived class
Stupid
variable
AI.
is shown in the awake function, use a get. This is all the base class really needs to do. Functionality that all player systems share, at which point I can simply replace monobehavior with player system, and the script will be able to use. However, while this works, there are a couple of. For example, I don't actually want the player to an object that inherits. It doesn't actually do anything on its own. Making the class means that instances of can't be created, and that the only way to use it is functions can also be made. to derive
This one will be
version of that
easy.
function, meaning that classes implement it. However, in this case, I want the function to be called
Man,
base
this one's going to be
class,
much
so that the
easier.
player chances are multiplayer systems may also need to use their own. Will hide the base, meaning that it won't be. As long as it's accessible, meaning possible to call.
Okay.
This
I
allows you
need
to
an
call both
A-type
functions from an
builder.
inheriting function, typically to the function instead of just hiding it and replacing it. Right now, how base awake.
No, I need an I-type
While it
builder.
is fine to integrate with a new version, you typically won't want to do it in this way. Instead, you'll usually be better off by in the base class, which is the override function, the derived class. Override. But how is that different? Why do the extra work? The reason that you're most likely to override a function is to do with polymorphism. Polymorphism is the use of a single interface to represent many different types. Common use for this is derived class. For example, there are many different types of spiders and spheres. Object likely to use one of these specific types, while physics functions specifically call for a general type. This is possible using sphere collider. This can be extremely useful when you want to don't necessarily. How does that relate to functions? This script is expecting reference to a still call on the base class it inherits from. Meaning if you hide a base function, version will still be called. Overriding the function, expecting a base derived class, use the overridden version instead. As a result, though the two methods tend to do the same, and replacing base class, virtual functions, hidden regular functions that hide their base. So far, learned about composition, which is a practice single ability focused scripts to create, and inheritance avoids duplication. There are interfaces in some way can be considered as a mix of composition and inheritance, finding an ability focus polymorphism similar. The difference is that while inheritance and composition promote reuse, avoiding rewriting the same code over and over, interfaces need to be treated. What is an interface? In simple terms, an interface is a class implements that interface. Conventionally, interface class an ability, so typically named for that ability, preceded by a capital I. For example, if you want to make something, you create an I-selected interface. It works by creating a class that contains a select function when created. To make something select, light switch for example, all you need to do is implement the I-selectable interface it after the class. In the case of base class, will force the class to implement a public select function that has the same return type as the one that's the interface makes sure that you add class. Why is that useful? Why not just write your own select function? After all, any script that implements have to create its own anyway. You're not avoiding duplication.
Say it again.
Include functions of a certain type. Normally, if you create a specific, there's no real benefit to you. Instead, it's useful because it allows you to refer to a specific class because of the function to have by implementing, for example, a light switch, a door, and all implement version of the system. Open the door. Each class implements its own unique version, different way. Even though each all implement the same interface, always has a void return, no parameters, all select, meaning that they can all be. For example, instead of checking for a door or a check, there only needs to implement the selectable interface, meaning that gives the player the ability to only needs to try which it can without even knowing what type of. This is the entire point of interface. Create a script to a set of functions, allowing it to be treated generic. It can be useful for creating different selectable and interactable. Any kind of situation where you need to be able to treat different scripts. One example of this is state machines. There are a lot of ways to make state machines. At basic level, they typically work. For example, it's possible to create an interface-based simple set of functions. Update function or process logic on it. These will be present in every state, whether they're used individual states, classes, space. They need to be created as inside of another script. Finally, a current state variable can be used to control any class. This particular state controller less conventional use as well as their similarities. It's where both methods are polymorphic. It's possible to create a similar state machine using inheritance instead of interfaces. Even though there are overlaps, use cases, inheritance, and interfaces, generally speaking, inheritance allows you to share the same classes to avoid duplicating.
And I can just treat it as a one-dimensional object. Pop as I'm pulling, check the combination strategy, and just keep it, and don't pop it, and don't pop. So we have popping strategies. That turns the combination strategy into a popping strategy, which in a one-dimensional sense is a lot more manageable. So yeah, let's do it like that. So do while. So we're going to do this one.
Public functions or pass information to other classes through events.
How do we
However,
do it is the
times when
question.
you want to let classes
Yes.
vary.
Stack.
For example, let's say the scripts might need to change this value, adding to it or subtracting from it. Well, they may simply need to read it. You could argue
Is it?
making it public.
You?
This works. Chances are you'll want to do more than just read the value. For example, you might also want to add processes it never goes above or below. Or you might that tells us it wouldn't be appropriate, not their response. To do the function, let's assume that for when you control the scripts interact with the value. One method is a property is a variable with explicitly defined action. Two reasons why you want to use one. Two, logic when using a function. To work. Property is one data variables, one that's public and one private variable, the real value. And the public variable, private field, is used to get and set real value. For example, to get money float, it return its own value of its back field. Otherwise, the set function passes the new value real variable instead of using it. So its basic form is values to and from. Property works in the same way. The advantage of using a property, however, is that it's possible to introduce additional logic. Typically, this is where you might format or take the opportunity to execute logic, such as to trigger an event. Splitting the property between two variables is required when you're executing logic like this. All you want to do is make a variable available to the process setting it. It's possible to do that with the auto-implemented property. Auto-implemented properties are useful regular get. This can be useful when you need to give other classes access to a variable. You definitely don't want creating a singleton record. You need to explicitly define what happens. You don't want this to work. It's important that if you do want to add extra into the get functions, don't do it auto-implement. This is because auto-implemented properties use a backing field, regular property. The only difference is that there's no usable properties. Properties can be extremely useful.
You can just do an attribute field, colon, serialized field on the auto property, and that works. That works just fine.
General approach is to consider how you want others to work with that data. For example,
I just don't understand why I can't cast a list as a stack. That seems like it should be fucking.
You'll need to consider
They're the same thing. They're both collections.
over that value.
Why can't I cast a list as a stack?
Any script value to any. The property manages how it's stated. Does not necessarily, but it gives other scripts a lot of control. Remove or change the money value, meaning that the way other scripts isn't actually that. No, it's just with a function, I think the script will only be able to perform one or two tightly controlled functions, inputting a single value, which is much clearer, easier to understand. Additionally, in this example, you might want to return data when functions change. If the transaction was successful. However, you might still want to allow other scripts to read the current value. might make a lot of sense. What if you also want to notify the value changes? It makes sense to use the set method to do this. The set method is private, it's no longer an auto method. You'll be able to add
Goddamn JavaScript leaking into my shit again.
However, it's entirely possible to invoke that.
Huh.
The value in the first place. Why bother with a proxy? Why not just do it all in the function? The concept of single responsibility isn't necessarily restricted to classes. Often help to consider a function more than it should. In this case, it makes sense to process the logic only occurs when a value.
I can make it. I can do it. That's annoying. I should just be able to cast it. There should be an implicit conversion.
You wouldn't need to rewrite the code that triggers the event. Wanted to change it.
Make a fucking list converter.
The benefits of this may seem relatively. Just how easy it is to put everything you want to do.
Okay.
While I've encouraged you find the easiest, knowing that properties exist and what they can be used for might help you to later in your scripts a little more organized, easier to deal with. One of the hardest things to know for sure writing your first script is if you're doing something. It's only natural to worry things you do now negatively affect
an int array.
Bigger.
Yeah, indices.
What is bad performance anyway? When considering the performance of your code, you might or speed.
I equals 0 in generic slang.
In practice, this simply means avoiding excessive use of operations. You can still use these functions by convenience. Knowing that they're slow, judgment call. Importantly, being told how will you know what's slow? Generally, 3 types of slow. Some operations.
That's the assignment. How do I make the determination now? We get the current map.
For the same reason, you can generally assume that any operation that has to be slow, it does it enough times.
Map.
Cycling through lists, loops, and arrays, working with a large number of objects.
Bar track.
This could be a problem, since you will soon develop a feel for when something seems. This happens. The best approach is simply mindful of it. And if in doubt, test it. As an exceptionally high. The second kind of slow operation is any task that reads or writes. Typically has a short but high impact performance hit. It usually includes loading assets. One of the worst offenders for this, surely because it doesn't, would be debug messages disk. You will typically disable log. There are a number of ways to do this. Own custom and then make it conditional to use it. It will mean that for the finished game, the debug function. The last kind of slow operation, or at least a kind of operation that has issues, is anything it generates. In simple terms, garbage is a memory allocation. It specifically refers to the may be pointed to the source. Once a memory allocation has references pointing to it anymore, this is where the performance is. Each memory needs to be together. As a result, making room for a new allocation involves either or more often Unity does this for you with a garbage collector, but doing so can cause CPU spikes and drops in the void. Basically, any process that which if it's then no longer used include creating and concatenation and creating new classes. Class. Comparison newly created new types. Simple types don't. This is because they're stored static, not key. Fast, one in, one out store. Lasts for the duration of. This is why it's fine to create a new vector or a new array, for example, even in an update. Performance. Small amounts of garbage. Performance issues. Most built-in functions that generate garbage will offer a non version of garbage-related performance problems. If you're not sure if your code is which you can use how much is being which functions are responsible. Any process is particularly long range. General approach to excessively wasteful operations frequently act big difference to how well, particularly if you're for the most part, game is particularly performant because you're targeting a low power device, raw speed, while most modern devices
so many
are able
loops.
to bear the weight of performance inefficiency to make up for errors and bugs in your game. A game that runs slowly can be frustrating unless you're being particularly wasteful. Do well to create a game that is enough was a real problem. While bugs, on the other hand, is impossible, are likely to have a much more significant impact on your game. As a result, the project is making it void. Following the general approach, you probably won't need to worry too much about efficiency. Code that is a method otherwise be maybe more relevant than it would be when it's. These actions will go a long way to more important focus on how it is and whatever it is to keep your project visible. Even if something feels like it's not the project that's to work with will perform. For the day, your game is difficult to change. Good idea of what more likely to. Overall, if your game is easy to change, runs without breaks, improved over bugs. If you're new to writing code, because syntax of programming language is simple, or it is at least well documented. Yet, what can be tricky is in the first place. As a result, it is easy to create these text, but make your project difficult. Your game gets. Luckily, there are many software rules and guidelines to sustainable code. However, you cannot follow them all. Design patterns and principles.
We would
The
continue.
general idea of
We
them
would
is to allow a project to get
take
After all, if your game is small enough, you can pretty much write it anyway. Probably be. In contrast, trying to rigidly follow design principles easily cause you to over-engineer both ends of the scale for worst case project. Structure your game can quickly while following design rules too rigidly can prevent you from getting consider a high. So what's the answer? You balance. There isn't a one-size-fits-all general approach. Understand the intention of the various, break them, choose to do something in the wrong. You know exactly what risk, whether or not it. In this lesson, we're going to look at one of the most popular. This set of 5 general rules seems simple enough. Applying them as a beginner in Unity can be surprising. What are the 5? Can they be used? And when should the first of the 5, or responsibility principle, is probably one of the easier rules to apply to your own. Even though its definition is relatively straightforward, it's still easy to take this principle. The idea behind single responsibility is that a script only has one reason. Assume that single responsibility means that each script only does one. Very difficult thing. After all, one thing can be very specific. Instead, the general idea by description is to keep the code reason. For example, a movement script might move the player to do 2 things. Single responsibility is 1. 3, when you realize both of these systems. In reality, trying to split these systems out, they all use the same data, reference the same. Generally, all do one thing. Ultimately, the definition of a responsibility is up to you. You will need to decide if any one part of this now combined system will need to be changed. For example, let's say that your movement system combines jumping, moving left and right, with a non-controllable movable objects in your game. Check whether or not it's a flaw. In which case, you may choose to split out the ground to avoid rewriting it. Now you have to find a way for the movement of the ground check to communicate with each other. This example, see that you're going to be kind of objects that can't be. It's possible to split out the scripts using for example, a graph to both derived scripts. The logic that allows an object to be controlled only appears. This works because this specific hierarchical relation is likely to only have one version of the script. Both. So that the ground check won't be fired, and implementing it thus allows the movement. Well, this won't always be possible. So remember that the idea of single operating every class may be helpful in some. After all, single responsibility is a street, in that it's just as important to do change together. In an appropriate way, open-close principle stands for keeping extension. Generally speaking, this change. You might assume that this is something relevant later on in your game. Certain classes that already exist have well-defined roles. However, while that is a relevant consideration, it focuses on the closed class. Open for extension means that to the script, there are two interpretations of names. There's open close. Just the use of inheritance in the functionality original or any other script. So the principle sits and read a general polymorphic open. Modular through the use of a generalized output. What does that actually look like in Unity? A closed script is for purpose, typically through public. At this point, changing the script means changing how which, while you may need to do that, has wider reaching implications. As a result, you should only need to go into the class if you want to change plus or want to extend it, meaning to do more of what it is. For example, let's say that you have a script. Detect a pickup. You might try to get a specific pickup script, points pickup. Technically, this is not open for extension. Script will need to go back into the collector. While this example is simple and relatively harmless, creating a situation in which you have to change a class to allow it to do more of what it's already done. In this case, because the class can't be. The solution is to generalize value to add new pickups. Inheritance would allow the collector to pick up different objects with subtyping. In Unity, there are many different ways to generalize the output. Unity events, delegates. In all cases, the general idea is you only need to change it to do more of what it does shouldn't affect how it works. The Liskov substitution principle guideline for using must be able to use a derived class in place of the class that is already using inheritance. Subtype and the class it inherits from is already hierarchical, then you're probably already adhering to this. However, it's possible to use inheritance work, in which case the Liskov substitution principle is a good test to check to see if your hierarchy is. In simple terms, if you create a subtype, you should be able to pass derives from. An example of this is the various hierarchical pairs. Any of the specific colliders, only functionality, additional logic. Here's to the substitution principle. What's a violation of the principle? A violation of the principle is realistically going to seems hierarchical. Not in the sense that class can be used. You have a human class. Not. Adult is human. This child class could not be used in place. Work. Inappropriate hierarchy will be exposed by checking. While there's not is a type of a lot of the time be all that you need. The relationship between your scripts may not always be as clear, in which case the is check. One way of demonstrating this example, circle is a type of ellipse. Graphically correct. Circle ellipse can be unlike. Circle can't do. This is where the Liskov substitution comes in. Circle is a type of because a circle cannot be used to replace an ellipse. Violates the substitution, exposing an inappropriate. Makes more sense. Being extended in width. Based on the functionality that a circle provides, such as calculating its width. Liskov substitution principle. It's not possible for a derived class to be used in place of at least everything. The relationship in this case by different approach. Interface segregation principle states that class should not implement. The idea here is that in order to make a class universally accessible, the downside of this is that objects will then implement functionality that they don't use. Since when they're accessed, they will appear to offer functions that will more than likely be. For example, you might create a tuning interface function interacting with a type of merging it or could work. It allows you to create multiple types of enemies. It's possible that not all enemies can. You might want to use an enemy to damage an inanimate. In which case it's generally good practice to use multiple smaller interfaces, such as iDamageable, in place of a larger general purpose interface, allowing you to use the want, giving out the logic. In Unity, the benefits of interface segregation are similar to the benefits. Typically, more likely to run than you are. However, it's still typically a good idea to limit the functionality of your interfaces, especially since they bind together. For example, if you still do that by either implementing to a class or by creating a joint interface. A possible exception to the interface segregation principle is your intentionally using interfaces to create fixed classes meant to be used. An example of this would be state machines. You may not use particular. Could be a problem. Specific functions that may the others, offering the same set of functions in different states, kind of the entire interface. Meaning that while it technically appears to break the segment, so long as each function is related to all state classes, not necessarily a problem. Dependency inversion principle is generally quite simple. Problem is overusing this principle. The point of it can cause you to over-engineer your code. Generally, the point of dependency inversion is against a high-level script, low-level system. What does that actually mean? Let's say, for example, a class that uses an instance of behavior, or typically a plain high-level system. For example, I once worked on a game where I wrote a dynamic with the music player instance of a music sequencer when it was running and then passed data. The player needed a sequence enough that they deserved to be in a separate class. In this case, a high-level class level system, meaning that it directly communicates with the publicly available function, which works until you want to change it. You'll need to change the low-level system and the controlling class communicates with. This is where a high-level class becomes dependent on a low-level one. The solution creates an abstraction between the two classes. The music player sends information behind a sequencer, but so long as it's able to accept the format of data it's providing, it doesn't care exactly what it is. While the sequencer receives data in the same format it came from. This creates flexibility through generation, allowing the controlling system to level system to be useful for swapping out different parts without having to rewrite anything. Testing the script can now be used to either part of the system to see if it works. The principle isn't just about abstraction. If it was, it would overlap quite. This principle already encourages abstraction. When does the inversion part? The reason it's called dependent normal circumstances, even though the higher level system holds the lower one, lower level system, if the signature of its function changes, the higher level system must change as well in order to meet the new requirement. Otherwise it won't use it. The higher level system is dependent on the lower class, violating the dependency. Dependency is inverted, the connection is. This happens because the higher level system owns the abstraction, meaning that it sets the level system in order to be used by the. But simply, the script that is in control now also sets the rules. This loosens the coupling between the two scripts, making the part that little bit easier. However, it can be easy to overuse or misinterpret it, in which case it's important to identify when you should consider using it. General rule of thumb, look out for any scenario where you create a close relationship between high and low level class, particularly if it feels like you're writing one or two places. This may be a good indicator of one class, in which case ask yourself if it makes sense, in this example, higher level class to also control the rules of that. If it does, then it might be worth creating an. The purest sense of the principle typically means using an interface, but if you're applying it as a general guidance in Unity, it can also mean using events or messages to broadcast data. This achieves the same outcome. Two scripts are not directly connected, and the controlling script decides what data lower level classes will need. With all of the solid principles useful, it is extremely important that you use them as guidelines only. If you try to rigidly enforce all of your code to all 5 of the solid principles, it's possible that you will never finish your project. You're likely to spend most of your time over-engineering your code, ultimately making it harder, not. Instead, use the solid principles as a guide. Double-check the structure. You decide between. And if doing things in a different way would be easier for you, or make your project, then so long as you're aware of the solid principles and the intention behind them, you can be confident when choosing to go against. I'm going to apply and possibly the example project. To this, instead the idea is if you feel like you're able to writing your own. I'm looking for more weapons. So, for example, anytime a script is doing too much on it, might get in the way of more game modes and new things. As I've used it, think about how you score points. And it's pretty. I want to change that. I was thinking about figure. I would open it up. Is it does multiple whole way. All things that are all over the place. I might want to put on natural. This needs try to do that. See here, these at the moment. Oh, I'm just going to variants. Will be reflected. Three. Place. Broken the references now. Now. Open them and then move forward. So, lastly, we want to give the asteroid floating movement. Cross. First. To random size logic. Just going to delete it. The red by position. Now the middle scale. Yeah, now, so. Anything this. Right. Down to component. This so but it's not the problem. Which is take project out of the story class. So the next thing all of it there's nothing that the asteroid points, and that's it. So what I can do before I do that. So
Okay, max clean at sunset 1 hour is enabled.
Didn't need it. Close that. Use the prefab. They move like floating, and if I want to take any of these characters, instead of going use them on other objects. So what's next? Next thing I want is...
I think where I lost it is here.
Weird to think about movement script. Of a fire sprite in this case. So you have this so directly inside of the script that has nothing to do technically fire sprite. I know they are related systems, but we can argue about all sorts of stuff. How do we go about fixing it? Try to look up sprite. This is just to fade a sprite to, so I want to go, but it's not important. Because I'm going to use coroutines to do that. Easy way to do it. Easiest way possible. Constantly doing an update. If it detects that it's not really doing anything. What? Remind me of what this does, because I'm not really operating you could also do it this way. Private float target that I want to. Save. Towards another float. Now going over. Towards another one. The frame, the times the it can change way. Say take a whole second. One is transparency here. I haven't written that. So I'm just going to note it. What is the name? And this. Zero. Game object. True or false. Equal of this. You can turn it on. Value. Is I want to set the color. See. Transparency. What will actually use. We go. Or change the time. If turn it on. Value. Basically, it sets the new value. Important to for local connection. So movement to this, where normally this and just drag it in, which is kind of an issue. So I need a script. Unity. Bottom because it feels movement you call unity. Just not like unity. And I'm going to pass in here. Get move axis one. Between 0 and 1. The unity event type. Target. So all this is going to do is it's going to fade out. See that way. When I this. It still continues to work. To address the slogan. So an object. Three things that this it is managing some if and ultimately. So that's fine. Things that assume health. Don't see that other object. Also isn't prohibited. That situation. If I want an object to be able to explosions outside. I want to be able to create explosions where the way that I'm going to do this is that I'm going the system creating, they're not specific. That's all it's creating. But what I want to do is the pool element. You can also set up a pool. So to do that, we're going to do is make this in. So explosion. Do this to make it that. And back to line. Use overrideable. Use good. Use this function. Or manager, and now to it. So do a step. I'm going to do the normal thing.
You do what you did.
Instance
Or
this. Operates a function from text. Instance to called calling that it is an explosion manager. Because if it is, it will just pass it up to the now functions. The reason that I want to do it this to explosion manager dot instance dot whatever function you want to call. How I want to do it just does it or not. The reason I want to do it the instance. Or calling script. Click. Addition to the I just explosion manager. That came from so taking the get function from the instance this type of object. In this case, explosion. Reference to it when I create it. And let's just do equals just if you remember the last time you have to the easiest way to do that is to go from that find which objects were using it. So I can take all of this out, but instead of what they do is explode. Explosion has like public. So that just takes a position. If I also that out though, because so close that. So now I'm going to go to logic where it hits up. process of generating explosion. It's now very I can be setting features of okay, now I've got Arsenal. It's just a case that because everything we've done so is something that script. So it's fine. It's responsible. Limits a certain limits, for example. Weapon must be out to put it in script. Those are some of the I have it now in the weapon. And if it's not, how could you do that with a different system? To do this in a way. And this is what I settled on. Here's what we separate that controls a weapon. Differentiate between those two different weapons. Go ahead. This is what's going to. So this will. It will. A weapon it is going to use, and then it will use the weapon to use directly. So here's how it. Weapon script was just one script that dealt with the weapon. Not a change what weapon means. How to get that script used by this. To use that system. Just going to. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring. Into weapons list. So I don't want to have to drag. I'm going to have on file needs to be called the input manager. This will file. That's not going to work. Save that now. So we'll say weapon is the now just defines this out. All I need is remember files. is now use get component. You've got a higher check. The easiest way to do I can say player dot trans children, and then that's going to do. We go from here. One going to call this one. Parent children, which is the same object. If you drop this one, I'll find it on here. That's a guaranteed way. I wouldn't call it regularly off of object. So you do it. Now, and that is 5. The object is the origin, because that's going to be used in most. That's it. And abstracted trigger. That's the move. Projectile weapon. It's going to happen in not specific enough to be able to projectile in the same way that I create file called at a time created as required. So now, make this work. One of the first things I'm going to create object call is not going to get the player. The projectile weapon basically this called because creative object. Call the normal object. Function it's inherited from. Get the projectile so I want to go find it. Because this is currently will be still created for it. Use these looking through. I'm going to use this is what was in the what I did before. Projectile position. Is that you really need to do is I need to set the object, I need to set I don't do that form. Since this is something that's I think it's the original. Needs to go in the original so that it connects. All I'm going to do is pull a number to then like it would with this. Control and I've got this is the weapon. So this start with game object. Actually, yes, projectile. And then put don't forget. So you can see now that is output. Position. Okay, so that file called override. Remember the reason that it away a reference to know what it's going to be. For creating be used to name here as well. So, reason I'm doing this, the file object, this object, in that the do is container op. The reason I'm doing awake, I don't yet because the object called. I'm about to it sets it up, so I don't off on it.
I mean, it's still O squared,
Tiles,
but,
because I want to get
well, actually, it's O of N, but
equals project.
we're just gonna
Projectile.
gloss over that fact. Oh, look at that.
the weapon also reference to the player, so I can see player. And now people will be projectile. You see, I got. So here's my projectile. I want to add my projectile to it. Got an normal projectile with it. Existing pool. Anything else? The execution of these scripts. What it is but already is to have the execution order. Only happen after I'm worried about it. So you go saying I wrote it down. Via save, now this will work. Okay, now where we do what we want. So they've been added to player ones is what is player number. But so what I do is go back to execution order. Is just doing that. Ones as well. Now this will work. Why do I go to the project? That fires projectiles. Affecting that the trigger works universally with it. I'm going to make two new weapons. I'm going to make before I these two types. into this one. To instead, and I'm going to change the double. I'm going to change the second. With one of rinse and repeat. Do that 3 times up. So it's because weapon is a completely different way. All it needs to do is be on fire. Make it quick the beam. I'm going to add this, do the speed of 10. So what I want to do is have it fade out. So we're reusing this. And considered. A couple of things about this. So just like the left, so I'm going to just add that. The serialized laser. Damage. So this is the data that would normally be in here because they're not open. Offset area. implement the function. It's a public by the requirement to do 2D needs to filter out objects you don't. Cast. Okay, and then to put on a casing version of breakup. Got position.
Oops.
Also, so invoke the laser event. Laser, fire, dot.
Oops. I cannot be more.
Since okay. To light the projectile I want. Do I need to as a reference to what's generated?
When they knew. That's why.
Impact. Sliders.
Where is that filming computer? And
Point. To manually. Off. 2. What I want to do so we need to working by the laser. The weapon system. This in because it's easily double shot. By the equals index. Now this will work. Single shot, double shot. Parts of this work are logic, like the point script is to hold gets passed by this player. The point script we use as opposed to where we're two systems directly from one script. Really, that would make it a bit tricky. Tangle was any kind of project to the thing. Or also the object is and the depth normally use this, but additionally turned out to be true. So I'm going to create BC events. In down to mount. This will still execute. These return because it was destroyed. We got to here. Remove this object was destroyed. And everything else. So can project said the points value well, that's true. And it's going to be public. Since the source points, which is the event, the reason that I like getting it so need to be global, there's no use the Unity event this and making multiple Unity events. There's a make sure. Okay, so the last slide really appropriate how the UI gets on the manager. Means that manager the UI, you move the game that immediately break, move the UI, it breaks. And it's just too that first. I'm going to using going to break to the UI back to the systems. Profiles. Right. Create asset. The player. To have player number is assigned to the player that was created at the second. So it's not something that would just cause confusion. To the project. I'm just going to duplicate that. Two. this would be because it's not like the numbered equivalent. Want it written. To not the player UI. I'm also going to copy UI because I want to go back through this, what I've with a new event. So right, well, setting the player object here, so take keep the stores. I'm just going to go. These are in this.
Same logic here, but instead, moving
Local data.
I'm really not sure what to do here, so I'm just going to leave pairs combinatorial for now.
Working game.
System
Now,
U128
because we have the system as a deal
violates
breaker,
the constraint on
is
type number,
its
I
class
and
existing
numerable key
system, and it
number.
also engine. So both it doesn't know. Unity engine.
Right.
Anything else? I can make my I'm going to copy on so I can pass how many lives. An event. So their score. is the winning. Just raise those events. So here is all that appears. Green screen players as one. Okay. What's that with? So this has a plan. So we're going to those events. And the UI manager when they were needed. Them on was as you do this in a way on the straw. To their profile. We're talking about what it needs to do to see if it matches.
That doesn't preserve indexes.
called will be called relevant to this particular. We want to do that. In this case,
I'm
so we're supposed to
changing
check to see the player that's been talking. If it is, and this is where we're going to check not equal. Otherwise, UI. Score display. UI set. Essentially doing the same thing as turning already on. Up the live to subscribe. By signature. Needs to also take all of the player being talked about the function to display that. Screen. Is to to events. Remember to is this y used that the set needs to be called to action. It will display corresponding function. Brickless Ben is headed to federal court. He's agreed to mediate with Brickless. Things are starting to look up for our YouTuber. Not out of the woods yet. Far from it. The party stipulated to remove most of it. For him to take the original state court judge. Because as you may know, on May 20th, a judge signed forbidding YouTubers from posting defamatory or unlawful content about stories of dollars of like. The order also required his existing videos from online. This all happened ex parte. The judge order without hearing a word from lawyers and required the plaintiff on because legitimate harm from being. As many legal commentators pointed out, instead to suffer quite a bit of legitimate harm. Portions of them were, most estimations, flat constitutional. Here's a twist. The defendants hired. The parties themselves went back to the drawing board. They jointly asked the court to replace the original order with a dramatically narrower injunction for responsibility to report. And just days later, they moved the entire lawsuit to federal. And that is good news if you're on. Maybe not quite as good news as the drawing conclusion. Probably should happen. Why the original TRO was so
over a minute and couldn't find shit. This is just spinning.
What happens? Minifigs is a Utah. Operates through in November 2023. Star Wars collection operated by Chris Law and Benjamin. Gormans announced they were leaving the country. Bam, and Mantel's unsold. You probably also know started working with Mansell in the Gormans. Videos, investigated pleas, interviewed small lawsuits. Utah to confront the people. May 21st, the thief who stole allegedly branded minifigs the thief. Ownership Ahmed did not appreciate it. On May 26th, they decided to the problem. Minifigs even threw in a civil RICO claim, theorizing that Ben with a pack of dollars and damaged the gun. The same day that plaintiff and preliminary. This is what's known as the court was on an emergency. But an ex parte pro, especially deals with this remedy the courts. Even though this was in court, those found by the courts can only grant ex parte relief when immediate and irreparable. This happens when like an allegation. And admittedly, when you're talking about property, is a circumstance. But the nature of the proceeding means that the judge hears only one side of the story. Really disfavored. The Supreme Court has long cautioned that when government actions restrain speech, procedural safeguards are critical. An order is entered without a full advocate. For example, rally and for extraordinary this is impossible. Or probably know tens of millions of people around the world are following the story on YouTube. It's fascinating to see how legacy news outlets are handling this Lego. Or in this case, the lack of any meaningful coverage at all. When the story first broke, only internet-facing Aku and Know Your Meme picked it up. When Bricks and Minifigs sued Reckless Ben, the story blew up on YouTube. The few news outlets that almost exclusively focusing on closing as a result or the most covered crime story of the past few months on legacy media was about a guy who stole $34,000 Target by stuffing boxes with pasta. Covered by 40 outlets, equally balanced on public bias lines.
bird's eye view of the media explains why you get different answers. Like they heard about the story, and that's why we've been using Ground News, the sponsor. Ground News is an app and website that aggregates news around the world in one place. It even aggregates from podcasts, like when Reddit appeared on podcasts. And for every story in the news, Ground News breaks bias, factuality, ownership, and allows you to compare how different. You don't just react to the headline; you understand the structure behind them. Ground News has even been recognized by the Nobel Peace. If you care about the truth, context, and evidence, I do. I recommend you check it. It's the plan to stay on news with clarity. As a legal equivalent, you get 40% off the plan that I use, the Access Vantage, scanning the QR code or by clicking the link below. By subscribing, you'll be supporting an independent news platform. Sign up for Ground News today, or I'll see you in court. The TRO was right for the First Amendment. We're going to go into this a little bit, but if you'd like to go into more depth of the channel, maker and quite a lot of detail. I have problems with this. Start with paragraph 5J. Creating, posting, any republication of any false, misleading, lawful images. J is a form of government that allows the state before it actually takes place. Published. And you might be wondering, the First Amendment is in restriction. The order itself is government. The court has repeatedly described the most serious and the least tolerable on First Amendment. Outline this principle near versus permanently enjoined the newspaper from public. The court struck down the injunction forbids court speech. Earlier publications were defamatory or unlawful, and the remedy for unprotected after publication order forbidden. There are a few narrow. For example, in the Pentagon an injunction classified documents. Even though the materials were classified, the Supreme Court refused to injunction because the government failed. In that case, if the government generally cannot prevent documents, it's very hard to suppress speech. You can give some money as a. And the case that's pretty analogous to Ben's is Austin versus leaflets criticizing to pressure him. Houses at a low price by sell the house at a price to black. He got an injunction prohibiting buyers about it. Supreme Court unanimous first holding that even if the leaflets caused economic harm or invasion, paragraph J suffers from defect. Conduct is broadly forbidden. Interfering. Of course, whether Ben's speech is actually misleading or and remember, even allegedly requiring Ben to obtain the order imposes the kind of held to be. That being said, I mentioned before, courts do find irreparable harm more often in property context. So, for example, some of Bricks and Minifig's claims, courts find that are difficult or impossible to quantify in times when a trade injury often affects and cannot be properly compensated. Still, this TRO went way further than use of. And the injunction is even more troubling because it's speech about matter. Criticizing a business, reporting on litigation. first and ask remove his existing videos and prohibits him from cleaning not also quote any other video online streaming. The judge made it clear that this was likely. The American courts generally do not order speech removed as defense until the plaintiff has the discovery statement. We haven't even heard from Ben's side yet, and that's especially significant because the facts are hotly disputed. Because everyone thinks they're smarter than lawyers, they've been going online and granting interviews and putting up all of the. Watched our video about the McNair. The company also walked back some of it. Of course, the judge in this heard only the plaintiff's version. It's not untoward that is by a judge. Even after two, the court did not broadly prohibit making a few courts that have a case called Island Village versus Lee. Court upheld only after the trial is limited to statements. Contrast to paragraph. And so we far beyond statement. Rather than identify putatively any publication on any stream may relate to the underlying dispute. Is posted about. There are a whole bunch of other issues barred from making, encouraging, or facilitating threats, bomb threats, prohibiting Ben from making true threats. True threats are not protected by, and arguably, an intentional death bomb threat probably fall out. Soliciting, encouraging, facilitating. Argues that Ben is anonymous threats. This quote: "I'll be mailing you guys some hot items so hot that about has 2 days." Bomb threat. There's no evidence in the complaint that Ben appears to assume that criticism of the company. There's simply no indication that these do not hold Ben responsible. True incitement. His videos have clearly convinced.
I mean, you can always walk away. Why are you beating me? She's like, I don't want you to stop.
Even if the criticism was especially harsh. And the rest of the TRO has a right to.
My hand's all slobbery now, thanks. Icky dog slobber. I did say after 9. 10:55.
So what we have here is
Are you gonna do it right?
And other stores within those zones. And they can't build them. And that creates two legal issues. First, you have a rule of civil procedure 65A
Never.
to describe. If the order never identifies the location. Second, the reason is dramatic.
Go do it right.
Instead of
All the way. Stop tippy-toeing up to what you know you're supposed to do. Go do it right. Good girl.
It is, of course, illegal to explain his arrest. It's not necessarily legal to assume a persona purposes of serving. It happens all the time. part of the TRO also prohibits vandalism. Impersonating someone. Remember those Afghan videos where he walked in and said, a jury
What were you doing
officers
before?
with his video. Of course, impersonation.
You don't know
Fraud,
her.
deceit, property, or obtains. Draw those distinctions. Broadly banned alone are not categories. Paragraph E bans injury. Property including applying the plaintiff. Lost in court. Property is obviously fine. But as far as placing media in such a way that would affect property. Anything that might count. Of course, it also reaches is a textbook. Not supposed to do. And then paragraph F bans blocking, deterring. Court can legally enjoin ban. Hotspot is the word from doing that could, and that is protected. Allow a court to prohibit. Under Utah law, if been for inducing money agreements, that could potentially be joined. But instead, the order broadly prohibits. Benefits employees are free to lose their First Amendment. 5H. Lotteries, awards, and other documents are used. The words are what he does. Those techniques are legally written. Not inherent. By lumping protected expression together, fraud is both. Arrow illustrates lab statutes. Arrow this broad creates an obvious chilling. Utah recognizes law employment. On that connected. Arguably involved the extraordinary is exactly. Address. You hate the idea of scam. Dealing with scammers like myself. Curious if they expect those vulnerable. Sure you are too. You can take a step towards giving everyone comprehensive responsibility. Watch is a great way to keep you and your family on the watch plan. Bring up to $8 million of humanity. Data, email, monitoring, VPN access, home monitoring, hardware monitoring, and your household ever becomes a problem. Household and are great. OmniWatch is free to use. There's no trust required, and it will show you the data breaches. Link below or scan the code. OmniWatch is dark. Off your first month of comprehensive. When you use my code legally. Yourself and your family. I'll see you. Here's where the story finally takes. Ben defendants Wilmer and
Not the
the
only
parties
one,
right
right?
back to the drawing board. 2026. Joint motion asking related and agreed form so they can go to mediation. This new version eliminates 5J. It shrinks the buffer zone from 1,000 yards to a lot of the problems. It limits the